You find all of them are waiting for somebody to come and get them. Mm-hmm. You have to free yourself. Bob Marley got that song, you have to free yourself from mental slavery. None of us can change the time. When I realized that we can change the time, because it's already been set in motion, all we got to do is apply what we know. And that's what I've been doing.
So, Stevie Wonder.
What about him?
Okay, I know from the information from the elders, they were saying, if I'm not mistaken, his nanny or somebody was Detroit. A part from Detroit and wound up going to Des Moines.
I met him in 1973 when she used to take care of little Stevie. And she went to Israel with me and her husband. Yeah. That's true.
Absolutely, because I seen Stevie Wonder visit over there to Des Moines.
Stevie to Israel and performed in Israel. They're right. I took Barry White, the Neville brothers, Whitney and Bobby. We've been pushing this. So I ain't been ashamed to lift up us as a people.
Asiel, the Redeemer Angel's here. Prince Asiel, Prime Minister is here. Prince Asiel, Hamoshiach is here. Prince Asiel, Farrakhan is here. Prince Asiel, the Redeemer Angel's here. Prince Asiel, Hamoshiach is here. Hebrew Israelite, sovereign nationals, risen. Heavy metal, break metal from the devil. In darkness, sparks of light touch hearts. In America's ghetto jungle, sounds of thunder. Close ears like gun claps, bodies crumble. When one gang bangs, demon babies incarnate. Omens from UFO clouds beyond 8 Mile. Born heaven, Mikael as Asiel. Birthed in Shabu the mighty Hebrew from birth scene. The poison, serpent's needle that perceived divine beings from Eden, known as Elohim. Rambo, first blood, being redeemed. Adamic seeds from amongst the trees that was deceived. In the garden, Kakma was lost as we travel from Numeria, our birthplace. 4 desert roads and stony days, drowning in waters like Jason, Crystal Lake, United Snakes, a death place. Prophesied in Deuteronomy 28. No place will be safe to Asiel reign. Earth to reign, Metatron. From celestial to the physical plane. As we rule supreme with our own team. Prince Asiel, the Redeemer Angel's here. Prince Asiel, Prime Minister is here. Prince Asiel, Hamoshiach is here. Prince Asiel, Farrakhan is here. Prince Asiel, the Redeemer Angel's here. Prince Asiel, Hamoshiach is here. Hebrew Israelite, sovereign nationals, risen. Heavy mental, break metal from the devil. Beware the stairs, people under the stairs. Lions here for freedom, for Hebraic air. Holding the scepter in a golden chair. Nasi, Asiel, Malek, the throne of King David, sovereign. National established, signs of lion paws and tassels. Hebrew Israelite, sovereign nationals risen. Hit the western mind like a comet. Laza vomit, Torah constitution we follow. Solomon, I go into the souls of men to see the real from the fake in them. Asiel be the unstained glass. Passion, your Gentile oppression. From eastern to western through all scepters. Intercept by way of prison spectrums. Raise up psychos, is electric. The brotherhood elevated. Separate infinite, one within, be no end. Remember, Israel, we on the rise for all mankind. Prince Asiel, the Redeemer Angel's here. Prince Asiel, Prime Minister is here. Prince Asiel, Hamoshiach is here. Prince Asiel, Farrakhan is here. Prince Asiel, the Redeemer Angel's here. Prince Asiel, Hamoshiach is here. Hebrew Israelite, sovereign nationals, risen. Heavy mental, break metal from the devil. The devil.
And we know the one thing that is necessary now is the you and I-ism. That is the key of the future of the black man, black woman in America. And the destiny of the black world rests solely with the direction in which the black man, black woman in America take. The international ramifications that Jesse Jackson spoke to with the PLO question goes way beyond that. Way beyond that. Because once we involve ourselves with a solution outside of America, then there are keys that are not controlled by the enemies of our people within the confines of America. If Africa is the continent that is richest and represents 80% of the world's known resources, and if Black America is that nation of African people that represent the intellectual resources of the world, it's a perfect marriage that must take place. And this is what we're talking about developing here. As we organize nationally, we are organizing internationally. For those are the keys for the total survival of our people. So this is what we bring to this conference.
Yeah. Hey, rest in completeness to the Prince, Asiel. Moment of silence again.
Well, he passed
Moment
away.
of silence again. Toda. Man, welcome to the den. Welcome to the den, man. I mean, everybody may not agree completely with everybody's doctrine or what he did things, but man, that brother was an international brother, worldwide figure, and he actually was humble enough to come in and not on YouTube, not on StreamYard, but in the ghettoest of back chats, the Lions Den, where we let it all hang out. And he came back there and built with us. And he said he know most of us back here because he watched. Now think about that. A brother that's worldwide also watched the small fries like a JJ and whoever else who want to call himself a small fry in the back chat. Rest in completeness, Prince Asiel. All right, welcome to the Lions Den, man. Y'all see the title, Kyrie's Army. Kyrie's Army stand up. And like he said, I got an army behind me. He said, I got an army behind me. And he wasn't lying. Because he wasn't lying. Oh, somebody, come on, yes, mute your mic, family. He wasn't lying. He was not lying. Because more and more people starting to stand up that is not from the Hebrew Israelite persuasion. But before we get into it, man, let's introduce the panel, starting with the queen, the security guard of the goddamn Lions Den, Sister Kareem. Everybody meet your mic.
Hey, shalom to everybody. Shalom to everybody that's watching. Love you for supporting us. Shalom to those that's watching on our outlets, Bingo, Tag, everywhere that I'm viewing from. Thanks for supporting us. Please like and share on our YouTube channel, Lions Den. Thank you.
Lions Den, yes. Listen to us roar. Hey, also shout out to the some of the Lions Den artists that we have and premiere on here. Journey to the Dark Side of the Moon. Go cop that joint all the way from East Africa, Tanzania. The mighty Hebrew Prince Shar Landine Sr. And I on fire with that music. All right. Well, we're going to go ahead and introduce the rest of the panel, starting with Yasha bin Israel. Go ahead, Aki.
What up, man? Just glad to be here, man. Amongst the many panelists, just, man, humbly here, just seeing what the Lord has for me. I hope there's a good word that I bring, as well as others, that will reach you. That being stated, I land my plane.
All right. Shalom alaikum. All right. Now, we got a special treat for you because we got the Lions Den discussion champion in the building, the elder himself, Apostle Zaquan. Go ahead, Aki.
Shalom to the chat room. Shalom to the panel, to my brothers, and to the queen, Yahefe, as she refers to herself. That means she's in charge. I accept that. Amen.
Yeah.
Amen.
Amen.
I accept that.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I heard it said that we are living in auspicious times. May you be fortunate and blessed to live in auspicious times. And these are auspicious times, meaning it is something other than ordinary going on today. And if you can't see that, then you got more of a problem than just needing eyewear. You need to be fixed from the inside out. And I land my plane.
All right. And last but not least, we got the camp killers in the building. Man, these two guys, they go in hard.
How about
Spiritual
destroyers? Call us the camp destroyers. That's better. I don't feel like we want to
camp
kill none of them.
destroyers
Yeah,
in the
yeah.
building. You know, they have re-innovated and elevated and evolved to a new plateau of kicking ass. Not only do they kill the doctrine, it's destroying it now. I'm talking about JT and Big Baby Hebrew. Go ahead. Whoever want to go first. Timing is everything. Big Baby Hebrew and JT Raw.
Well, all right, then timing is everything, and I dropped the ball. I thought JTR was gonna kick it off since he came in with the Camp Destroy. But anyway, I want to thank everybody out there in Lions Den Land for allowing us to come into your mind, soul, and cipher. And you're most definitely gonna learn something. I am Brother Malachi, aka Baby Hebrew, putting it down. I know everybody put the Big Baby, I guess because my side, but Big Baby Hebrew is indeed in the building. I give an honor to the Lord in Christ from whom all positive thoughts flow. I thank the CEO of operations, Jeremiah Judah 7000, for allowing me to come in and lend my statesmanship along. And I thank also the Queen, the Lioness, Karima, who maintains order at all times. And to everybody out there, the credo of Lion's Den, when you come into the Lion's Den, as set by the other lioness, I am manna. When you come to the Lion's Den, you wipe your feet, mind your manners, and proceed with caution. I yield.
All right. Now in the second half of formerly known as Lions Den, Camp Killers, they now known as Camp Destroyers.
That's better. That's a better title. Better title. I'm in the building here, and I'm gonna say we here to do the work. We here to get it in, and we gonna make sure that the whole world know that we stand behind Kyrie Irving, 1,000,000%. And I'm gonna say it like this: any Negro listening here, or any listen worldwide, it's time to get in the fight. Join the fight. And if you join the fight and we unite, I guarantee we gonna win the war. And I say, if Kyrie, if you listening here, everybody on the panel got your back. It ain't about the money no more, bruh. It's about standing up for what's right. Because I'm gonna let you know, bruh, no disrespect, everything gonna go up in flames when the Messiah come back, bruh. What you need to do, and tell all these other rich Negroes, y'all gonna have to sacrifice your wealth and your time to get this word out, because the Lord ain't taking no shorts. If you ain't down with the program, he gonna leave you behind. You got to put it in your bank right now. What's more important, your money or your soul? And your soul can be bought. Right. I land my plane.
Land your plane. Because we're getting the snakes off of the plane before we land. Last but not least, we got Yashar, the lion. aka Dequan. Go ahead, Aki.
Hey, shalom, shalom, family. Yahweh Hashem, Yahweh Shah Barakatah. You know, it's funny the brother was saying that, man. You know, the time is now. We here. The cooning got to stop. You know, we've been cooning for a long time. I mean, you know, we was never brought in this country in the first place to strive and become, you know, wealthy billionaires and millionaires of this earth. Now, once upon a time, that's what we were. We were the riches of this earth. But because of our disobedience, the Most High put us as a second class or third class citizen, whatever you want to call it. Now, we're starting to see that the riches of this earth is not important anymore because it's time for our people to start speaking that truth. And like JT was saying, you know, you're worth $100 million. And if you listen to this, I don't know what you do with your money, but at the end of the day, I would rather retire with my dignity, knowing I'm a Hebrew Israelite and trying to get myself to repent in righteousness with $100 million in my bank account than to bow down and sit here and coon out just for a couple of checks for a couple of more years when they're never going to let this thing slide. You open up a can of worms, you know, you open up a door for our people to really receive this truth in a bigger platform than has been preached. You know, a lot of these celebrities are not as big as you. You know, the Chico Beans of the world, the DC Young Flies. These people are not as big as you, the Nick Cannons. So the fact that you posted that book, you've opened a big window and opportunity for a lot of people to start doing the research and actually study not only just the movie, but actually read the book. So I just want to applaud you on that. I want to give all praise to the Most High for sending his glory down, you know, to bless one of his sons, to let, you know, the kingdom know that the time is now, the kingdom at hand is now. And the 12 tribes of Israel rise again. I yield.
Hallelujah. All praises to the Most High. Yahweh Ba'ashem, Yahweh Shai, Barakatah.
Brother Jeremiah, JJ, before you get started, can I ask the panel a question?
Yes, sir.
Seriously, y'all. This has been bothering me. I purchased a shirt and it has Aramaic Nakud written on it. I don't know what it's saying. I took it back to the paleo and I need y'all help. Anybody on the panel? I need y'all to write down a Yah, a Ka, a Yah, a Ma. That's one word.
Ya Ka Ama Ayah.
No, Yah, Ka, Yah, Ma.
Ya Ka Ya Ma.
Okay? That's one word.
I mean, we don't know, but we don't know if that's it's in Aramaic or Arabic.
It was written in Aramaic. I reverted it back to paleo.
I know Terry speaks. He reads Hebrew fluently. He might be able to help you.
That's why I'm saying I know Terry read. You know, he knows the Nakud. He knows the Aramaic. He knows it. He know the Masoretic.
Yeah, but I mean, he might not have his study tools out right now.
Right. But just write down the words. You don't have to tell me.
Yeah.
Just write down these words.
Yeah.
Second word.
The word.
The second word. Let me give you the second word. The second word is Ka, Ya, Wa, and Ba, with an I-N, not an aleph.
I don't have a pen. I don't have a pen or pencil close to me right now, so I hope somebody write it down.
So we know the Ka is like a divider, or fence, or a wall in the house. We know what the Yah is. The Yah. We know what the Y is. It's a hook or a tent peg. It represents an and then we know what the ba is, the tent, the house.
So hold on. You lost me. Okay.
I know it because I'm lost.
Listen. Can we? I mean, in all seriousness, everybody want to share some things. Can we do this on another show and deal with the Aramaic?
I guess we can. Jay, this is bothering me. It's like when something is on you, you can't.
Yeah.
You can't.
Okay, where did you purchase the T-shirt from? All you have to do is go online to the company that purchased the T-shirt. I'm pretty sure they have a contact number,
Did it.
and then you can just ask them
I
exactly.
did it.
And
I did that. That's the first thing I did. I went to the company and they can't find the shirt. They can't find it.
never mind about finding it. Ask them what it
I
means.
asked them. I did. I asked them. They told me they needed to look it up, and then they told me they couldn't find it. I asked them what the word means. They said they didn't know. I even sent them a picture of the shirt.
Well, throw it away if it's bothering
There
you.
you go.
Just throw it away.
Yeah, if you don't know what it means, it could be abracadabra. You know what I'm saying? It's bothering.
Nah, Elder, don't do that, man. Just when you in your spare time, man, I could get some brothers that could translate it for you. Just give me a minute after the show, and I got you.
Can I ask you as a apostle? Why did you
Well,
buy
I
it?
know that the first word was Yakayim, which means he lives.
Okay.
I couldn't make out the other words because I'm trying to get information and I can't allow it. If you want me to do it, man, just write out what you see, take a picture of what you wrote, and put it in the back chat, and I'll get back with you.
Yeah.
I'm not even sure how to put things in the back chat, but I got a picture of it because I took a picture of the shirt. So I got a picture of that in my phone. But I can get with you, Yash. I can get with you too, both of y'all. So, because it doesn't matter where the understanding come from. I just want to know what it means. That's all.
Right, I got you, Elder.
Yeah.
All right, but all right, let's get to the who. Somebody else just joined us, or are we good? Let me see.
Yeah, JJ.
Yeah, I'll say this before we
Oh,
go forward.
JT back up. Okay. All right,
Mighty Hebrew, if you listen to him a lot of times, you hear him say Yakaya. All you did was use the plural of Yakaya, which is he lives.
Yakayam.
Yeah, he lives.
Well, I don't understand why they put the R on the end, because they definitely put the aleph on the end of it.
What's that? So
Yakayama.
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 Oh, now that changed to something else.
Right, because see, they got an olive they got that X looking olive on the end, not the sideways A, but the X looking olive.
Now that could be Yakima, which could turn into a whole nother word.
I recognize
I'll look into it and see what's up.
I know Yam is plural, but with that I on the end of it.
Yeah, you can't really look at it like that.
On the end of the second word.
Yeah, you got to know it. You can't really play with it like that.
Right, it's confusing me. I want to know. And
as y'all can see, the brother apostle does his studies, and when he run across something he can't figure out, he'll come ask his peers. You know what I'm saying? And we try to figure things out. But right now we got some other figuring out and really exposing to do, man, and really just putting the information out there so people don't have a one-sided view of what's going on in the world and the media, because for the last week they've been coming down on Kyrie and Ron Dalton, and I think they're really going overboard. Even Stephen A. Smith said enough. To him, he said enough, man. I know I be kind of settling out, but goddamn, now y'all doing a little too much. This list is ridiculous. You see? So all of us have some little short videos that we want to show and to peek in and build off of, and that's what we're doing today. Everybody hit that like and share and subscribe, and we're gonna keep this information flowing. Do anybody wants to share their video first? I can start with Farrakhan. Everybody be like, man, where's Farrakhan at? Farrakhan has now spoken, everybody.
Let me read a scripture before you go in.
All right, go ahead, family.
We're gonna start at Proverbs. This is Proverbs chapter 11. I'm gonna start at verse 27. Proverbs chapter 11, verse 27. He that diligently seeketh good procureth favor, but he that seeketh mischief, it shall come unto him. He that trusteth in his riches shall fall, but the righteous shall flourish as a branch. He that troubleth his own house shall inherit the wind, and a fool shall be servant to the wise of heart. The fruit of the righteous is a tree of life, and he that winneth souls is wise. Behold, the righteous shall be recompensed in the earth, much more the wicked and the sinner. Hallelujah.
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 Hallelujah. Amen. Amen. Yes, sir.
All right, so Scrim, can we start off with the Farrakhan video I sent you? It's a short clip. Yeah, okay, well, there you go. I don't know if that's the full one. If that's the full 55-minute video, then okay, start with a couple of 10-minute clips, then we're gonna get to him. If you don't mind. Yeah, man. A lot of people been just kind of throwing Kyrie, not kind of. Maybe we trying to get them to look at his perspective. You know, trying to force you to believe what he believes, but man, if you one of us, I mean, why are you fighting so hard for them?
Jay, could I say something quick before you get to the video?
Ready, bro.
I'm gonna say this to all these Negroes who sold out for the bag. Let me explain something to y'all. Ain't nothing guaranteed to you. You ain't guaranteed you gonna live the end of this night. You ain't guaranteed you gonna be here tomorrow. You understand? Y'all act like with all the riches that you are obtaining by being wicked as hell, you think that's gonna last. Everybody on this panel one day gonna pass this earth. We gonna leave. All right? Now, y'all done left a bad stain with your people. Now it's time to make amends with your God before it's too damn late. And when he unleash his fury on you sellouts, because I'm gonna tell you straight up, that's what he gonna do. Okay? One more. Here y'all jumping down the man's throat. Because a man posted a book about who we are. Let's get it straight. There's a certain people on this earth who stole an identity and are lying through their teeth. And they know it. They know it. But they don't want the world to know. They want the world to be blind and think that they the people that this book talking about, but they know damn well they not. Okay? Let me let them know something. The Lord coming for you too. The Lord gonna sweep that land clean. And everything that don't belong there, he gonna take it out of there. So I'm gonna land my plane. Go ahead.
All right. That's powerful.
Lions Den ain't scared of nothing. We just got bigger fish to fry instead of arguing with people that just want to, yell and scream and holler.
Right. They know ain't nobody scared over here. Lions didn't go on the road.
Jeremiah, the white boy that want to be Israel so bad.
Shatar.
Yeah.
I mean, brother, you should love your own culture, your own history, and you're a Spaniard. You're a Spaniard
over there in Spain.
Yeah, but let's be politically correct. And we know, yeah, conquistador. That's what we're gonna call you.
Conquistador.
Because that's what it is. He's a distraction. He's scared to come on here, and he wants attention.
Tour nights.
Yeah.
Nigga, God don't even speak to you.
All right. So let's start. Like I say, let's start with one of my videos. Kareem, you can pick out any one of those to start off. I think it's a short Farrakhan clip, and then it's a 50-minute one. Or we can go. Just go through the list. It's whatever. Yeah. Shout out to the Lions Den, all the moderators. We love y'all. All right, we start here. Let's see what we got. Shannon Sharp. Kareem, do the copyright thing.
Oh, I was.
Yeah.
All right. Queen on top of it.
Fair use.
Kyrie. I know how you feel about Kyrie. We'll talk about him a little later. Kareem was very critical of some of the things that Kyrie said. He's been critical of LeBron lately. What is your position on Kareem or the old guard being critical of some of the young players? Warranted, out of bounds, fair foul?
It was 100% out of bounds.
The one on LeBron or the one on Kyrie?
Especially on Kyrie.
Okay.
And so we could speak on it. I think this was the reason. I think somebody along with him is saying to him, if you want to get things going and become relevant and be able to garner money where they bring you in and you got to say something that is asinine.
Mm-hmm.
You have to, in order to be in this system of media, controversy and conflict and a scandal is celebrity now. You understand what I'm saying? So to say that the school system has let Kyrie down is saying your Duke education is useless. But when you say that about education, you mean your programming didn't stick.
Right.
Because Stephen A., my man 50 grand, went in on Kyrie and had COVID twice and barely could walk and thought he was on his deathbed with the vaccine and the boosters.
Right.
Kyrie had none of that.
Right.
So,
but like the vaccine and booster doesn't guarantee, just like taking the mumps or the chicken pox or all those vaccines doesn't guarantee taking a flu shot.
I'm a vegan. I started studying veganism in 1991 and became a complete vegan in 2007. Like I lived this lifestyle. So I understood.
Yeah, but you had another 16 years of eating meat. You had done got it all out your system.
Yeah, watch that Shannon Sharp.
Get things out of your system, which it only
Damn,
like
man.
right here. So if you get things out of your lower intestines in 60 days, 30 days.
You gotta understand where Shannon Sharp came from, man.
I don't know, 11 months, you can have a totally clear system.
I mean,
so knowing that the stronger immune system and the stronger your system,
Mississippi, Alabama, right?
Yeah. Now, the other guy,
that's John Sally.
He from New York, Brooklyn.
No, John Sally's from South Carolina.
No, he's from New York.
Well, so listen,
he lived in New York. He's from South Carolina.
Yeah, but he's from Carolina. He migrated to New York.
Right.
Oh, okay.
Okay, but that ain't no
He might be related to me.
He got on playing for the Pistons.
Yeah, the Sallys in Western South Carolina are my family.
All right, this is gonna be a long show, so let's keep it moving. But listen, my grandfather from Jackson, Mississippi, his mom and his great grandma, our people was slaves and came off ships, and my grandfather ain't cooning for nobody, so that's no excuse where you from.
Yeah,
so
I understand, but
yeah. I just want to throw that out there.
Yeah.
against viruses.
What about Kyrie retweeting Alex Jones, a known conspiracist, about Sandy Hook didn't happen? The parents are actors. People lost their kids.
Yeah. Once again, I don't know if I said it on this show, but social media has destroyed everything. Because stop talking to the peanut gallery. Not that against black folks are in there, and what you call it. Stop, listen. The audience is there to listen to you, right? And to sit around and to talk, just doing things on Twitter, you can get caught up.
Right.
But let me, and it's soon as I see it, soon as I'm the biggest Kanye fan. Soon as I see anything with Kanye that is huge and talked about everywhere, I step back and I look to my right and left. I look around. I go, something's about to happen. Because every time they've used Kanye as an excuse or a distraction, something went down that we were not paying attention to. In this present time, they're talking about White Lives Matter t-shirt, Black Lives Matters, what he's doing, people going back and forth. Yeah. And what's up? What's next?
What are we missing?
I think Africa is upset. There's a war about to happen. There's a straight up war about to happen. Not a war like in Afghanistan where we only see it on the news for 7 seconds and we go back. This one's a real one. These are white folks against white folks. This is a real war. This is World War I and World War II. This is there's going to be land changers, but they're going to talk about Kanye.
Well, Kanye put that out there. We didn't want to talk about Kanye. You think we like talking about Kanye?
Put it out there. Kanye walk with a shirt on. Everybody walk with a shirt on.
That's why he did it.
Exactly. He knows how to be a distraction. He knows how to make you say yay.
No, I don't say anything because I think that's neither here nor there. I will keep that to myself.
I know I do because I watch your show. I'm just trying to nudge you on.
The CEO, did you hear what John Sally just said?
Yeah, probably real quick.
What's getting ready to happen?
Go ahead, fam.
Yeah. I know you had got on me about saying here on the lines, but see, John Sally is only confirming what the climate is. If he said what you about to see white people against white people, a real war, civil war. It is about to erupt. See the bottom, but see now I want to get back on what Shannon Sharp, something that he did that was real slick. When he mentioned Alex Jones, he said a known conspiratorist that Kyrie Irving backed, who said that Sandy Hook didn't happen. But see, if you remember what Kyrie Irving said, he said, I'm not backing Alex Jones on the issue of whether Sandy Hook happened or not. He said, I was in agreement with Alex Jones on the issue of secret societies and their existence, and it's true. But see, you see how you just threw that in there on the slick tip? And see, this is why it's important. That's why I picked up on what John Sally said. Social media had destroyed everything, meaning what? They got, like Malcolm X said about the media so many moons ago. The media will have you loving the enemy and hating the hero if you're not careful. They'll also misconstrue things where if you don't stay on top of them and don't study, they can have you believing a well-dressed truth and refusing a naked lie. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is. All right? I yield.
All right, just good.
Century. He is Mozart.
I won't go that far.
I'm saying it right now. He's a Mozart.
Yeah, but those guys were. Anyway, Kareem has said some things about LeBron.
Yeah, he's wrong.
I noticed that, but Kareem didn't become very critical of LeBron until LeBron started getting closer and closer to that record. He was never critical of LeBron.
Remember, Eric Dickinson don't like you if you can run. if you get 1,800 yards, Eric Dickinson don't like you.
But here's the thing. Ed even made it abundantly clear.
I think that's the meat and potatoes of that video.
Exactly. But Kareem is like, if somebody is fortunate enough to break the record, yada, 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 I'm cool with it. And even if you're not, I don't believe you should be dismissive or search for things to say, okay, well, this person doesn't seem like he's right or
he shouldn't say it publicly.
Well,
listen, Kareem, I'm old enough to remember how they treated Kareem in the media. He should not want to be the person who does that.
But it wasn't like.
Remember, that's what we were just talking about. How he was being treated.
Right.
Yes, when he still had his testicles.
Now, yeah, but I'm talking about B'nai B'rith. It was Kareem's Gaddafi Muslims that took over the government buildings in Washington, D.C. And he had a house up on 16th Street, Northwest. That was Hanafi Muslims. Kareem's set that took over the B'nai B'rith, the Israelite building in the 70s. Y'all remember when that happened?
As a matter of fact, yes, Elder Zaquan, I do remember when it happened, and they also tried to implicate Kareem Abdul-Jabbar himself because he had been financing that particular. As a matter of fact, he bought that building. As a matter of fact, for the sect. Okay.
Yeah, I remember that.
They was on him. They was on him like stink on doo-doo, bro.
You're right. That was during the same time when they bombed Move the Muslim group in Philadelphia, where they dropped a bomb on the house.
And they was on his head when he changed his name from Lou Alcindor to Kareem Abdul. They was on his head hard for that.
Yeah. Well,
When
that's
he
what
started running with the
everybody.
Nation of Islam.
I mean, Muhammad Ali and everything else. When when you make a stand like that, but they couldn't mess with Muhammad Ali, man. They just couldn't mess with him, especially after he won that lawsuit when he sued. He was one of the most powerful black men in the world, man.
Yeah, they was on Muhammad Ali and Kareem like they was Kareem,
right.
Kanye and Kyrie, like at the same time, like for the same type stuff.
Right.
Muhammad Ali was only 22 years old.
Yeah.
Kyrie 30.
Yeah.
But Muhammad, both of them handled it
No,
good
with Muhammad
being young.
Ali, he was 1967. He was 25.
Was he 25?
Yeah, he born in 1942.
But did you see how the world will put a?
He was 22 when he won the championship.
Oh, okay. You see how the world put
64.
Yeah.
You see how the world will put a heavy burden on some of our young youth that's in the spotlight, and some of them handle it good, and some of them don't.
Right.
But we got to stand behind them as elders and older people, and you big grown ass niggas coming down on Kyrie. God damn it, he done more than you done your whole lifetime. Right. And in a couple of years, he been in the spotlight. How dare you come down on this young brother because he want to read and educate himself? Come on, man. So let's continue. It's almost over. We're gonna go to the next one. The most powerful one is the video that we got is the one with Farrakhan. But go ahead.
No, that's what they do when they get the monitoring. YouTube put they stopped the video for a minute, so now they doing a monitoring. So yeah.
All right, get rid of this one. Let's go to the next one, Kareem, because this one's about over. It's only like 1 minute left. Let's go to the next one. Let them monitor that one while we go to the next one.
Yeah, no, I'm telling everybody because it stopped the video.
Yeah.
They
stopped the live just now.
Yeah, man. They watching us. Are YouTube y'all listening? Hey, when y'all gonna get on Adam Silverman and all them? Huh? When y'all gonna get on the ones that's misrepresenting the word Semitic, all that, huh? But we just trying to educate our people. Y'all gonna come in here and stop our video? What's wrong with y'all?
Well, I'm going to add to that, if you don't mind me, CEO. I'm going to say, why is it that Jeff Bezos is still being allowed to still sell from Heroes and Negroes if it's such a big deal?
But let him sell it because I mean, I get that, but we don't want him to stop selling it. No, let Jeff Bezos and all the top guys sell it. They know who's selling it. Kyrie ain't sold one book. All he did was put on this thing. They know they wrong. But go ahead, man. I'm sorry.
I was being sarcastic though, in actuality, CEO, because what I'm saying is, what is the real issue if Jeff Bezos isn't being required, ordered, to stand down, to cease and desist, no injunctive actions are being taken for him to stop pushing this so-called anti-Semitic material? I'm going to keep on articulating this here. The reason that Kanye and Kyrie are catching the heat, because they are reclaiming themselves as being the people of the Bible, that they're the children of Israel, they are sons of Israel. See, unlike Shaquille O'Neal, who got caught now being a hypocrite and a liar, he was showing that same documentary in one of his movie theaters, but see, he hasn't claimed to be an Israelite. All these other so-called now activists / athletes have not claimed to be Israelites. They're all cooning and bug dancing. So the real issue is that Kyrie and Kanye are claiming to be the children of Israel. I mean, I know we have our issues and stuff and incremental differences with the 12 tribes chart, but the fact that Kanye brought forth the 12 tribe chart They really on his ass now. See what I'm saying? So it's a whole lot that's going on with this, man. This is
Hey,
a
when you
deep,
be
deep
talking,
thing.
bro, hey, family, do you be paying attention to the comments? It's a fool in this audience that can talk all in comments, but won't get up in here. He got an initial I don't care or IDK. Talking about Kyrie's army is weak. And who are you? You weak because you won't get on this panel and show your face and get on here and say that to us. You'll get on here and say it and run about the building. But we welcome you because it's your first time being in our audience. Go ahead, Malachi.
Hey,
We
nigga,
see
come
you
up
though.
in here and show that he ain't a white boy.
Well, IDK. Well, you know what? You got the right
Yeah.
initials because you don't know. You don't know anything. You're right. I don't know. You don't know anything. You don't know what you're talking about. And you say Kyrie has the weakest army. Look, Kyrie had the strongest army, the one true God, the living power behind him that is now forging him, okay, and now pressing him and putting him in the limelight. See, IDK, you're talking out the side of your neck, all right, and that's fine. Hecklers, gainsayers, naysayers, it comes with the territory. But here in the lion's den, what do? We bring forth facts and everything else and see you about to get yourself hurt. You about to get yourself broken, my friend. Now, I'm the lion that tries to reason with you. But see, my big brothers in here and my big sister and my mama, who make sure that we all stay on order, they not gonna play with you. Now you better stop. Like I
Right,
said,
man. He
Iron Man,
probably
Iron Man.
he probably from the European persuasion, because you can hide behind YouTube. So the link is in the chat. I day you can jump on and we can handle this like civilized adults. Why are you so offended? Hmm? Go ahead, fam.
Can he name one? Go ahead, go ahead. I'm outside, sorry.
No. Go. Fly.
Check it out. Can he name one prophecy that they fit that's coming out this Bible right now? I'm waiting for an answer. I don't want to hear no sugar talk, man. All right? Come with it. Here's the people who stole that land. Let's get it straight. Like I said, we say we the nation of Israel. You say you the state of Israel. So when the Israelites will return back to the land of Israel, it's not going to be one tribe. It's going to be 12. Okay? Now I'm going to ask another
Right, they
question.
claiming one whole tribe over there.
Yeah.
Also, what Levi and what's the other?
Judah,
Levi.
Benjamin, and Benjamin.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, man.
Yeah. So what we saying is, it's like this. In 1948, you took over the land of Israel. Okay. Now I'm gonna ask one question here. The Bible clearly says, when the children of Israel return to the land of Israel, that nations shall know war no more. That means there will be no nation ever rising up against a nation again in war to fight. You people been over there for 74 years. And in 74 years, there ain't been nothing but war. When you got over there in the year 1948, 2 years later, there was a war, the Korean War, which started in 1950 to 53. Then when Korea ended, Vietnam came from 1960 to 74. Okay? Now this is biblical prophecy. You've been in the land, and in 1967, there was the 3-day war in Israel. Come on, man. Let's go into another thing here. Do you know how to keep the law? Nope. Who runs the whole world? Why is the world so corrupt? Who allows all this corruption to be distributed throughout the whole world? Who controls Hollywood? You. You control the porno industry. You control the music industry, the
Don't
media,
forget the LGBT.
everything, bro. Everything they
Yeah,
control, bro.
the banking
The
system was
banking system, hell
they got
yeah.
offended. How do you get offended because somebody pointed that out that you own these different industries
Even
and
the
you silence
Jews,
people who work for you when they point things out,
even the
right?
Jews. Now, where they get the diamonds from?
Africa.
And who's
They
in charge?
stole them.
Them blood diamonds, Apostle.
Blood
Yeah,
diamonds,
they
bro.
blood diamonds. Yeah, they
They
blood
stole
diamonds.
them. Come on.
Blood is shed every day behind them damn
And then
diamonds.
had the nerve to educate us and make a movie about this shit.
Right.
With Leonardo DiCaprio and that other cat. I forgot his
Yeah,
name.
the African
Adam
brother.
Sandler.
Yeah, the
Adam
brother.
Sandler.
Yeah. All right.
The same
What
one
we
that
saying,
played in
woman?
Amistad. He played in
Yeah,
Amistad when they was on the
Yeah.
when they was on the boat screaming. Hey, what were they saying about Yah? You know, they send signals. You people made this movie, and then y'all still trying to throw it in our face because they talking to each other like these dumb idiots don't know. So we're gonna have these people saying Yah and Yah on that boat, right? Y'all seen that movie?
Yo, let's deal with this. How about the Ten Commandments? Let's deal with the Ten Commandments. And when we watch the Ten Commandments, do that shit look realistic to you? You got Egypt white.
Right, white.
And you got Israel white. Now, everybody on the panel know Egypt is in what land mass is Egypt in?
Africa.
Hello. So how the hell the Egyptians gonna be white and Israel gonna be white? I'm gonna say it like this: if you give up Egypt and say Egypt was black, then you damn sure know you gonna have to give up Israel and say they was. But we already know. Let me tell you. Let me warn these people here, man. You can say what you want, you can do what you want, but I'm gonna tell you one more thing. You're gonna answer to a God that ain't gonna be friendly to you. That's what I'm telling you. All right? You stole his land, you polluted his land, you destroyed his children. What the hell you think he gonna do to you for that, man? And I'm gonna say this too. The Holocaust, it happened. Yeah, I'm gonna say this too. To me personally, I think it was payback for the evils that you people did to us. You funded the slave trade. Everybody know that. And you have more slaves than regular white folks in this country. Okay? So I'm going to tell you this. You think God didn't repay you back? God didn't use Hitler to put it on you? Damn right. But I'm going to say this too. You control the world. But you control the world for a minute. Because your world that you know is slipping out your fingers. All right? And I'm going to say this too. There ain't going to be no good old days for you. They're going to be worse days. Prepare for it because it's coming your way.
Yes.
We coming up. Ain't nobody stopping this shit. No man going to stop it. You dig?
Hey,
people
JT,
going to stop shit.
Hey,
This
and in
shit
the word
is going full steam.
and in the
Go ahead,
great
bro.
words of Tupac, better days, better days.
Let me say this on JT's bill. Anwar Sadat,
Yeah.
after his assassination, they made a movie about the 3-day or 7-day war in 1967. After the war, after the death of Anwar Sadat.
Anwar Sadat, the one that used to wear the wave cap, y'all.
Right.
The one that used to wear
His
the
wife,
wave cap with the beanie, with the band
in
on.
order for them to make that movie, she demanded that a black guy play her husband's part.
Right.
Because she wanted the world to know that her husband was black. And who played the part? Louis Gossett Jr.
Louis Gossett Jr. Yep. Yeah, because he had the little bald spot going with the side, the side puffs. Yeah.
Right.
My grandfather used to wear his hair like that.
Made
when he
sure
want to give it up.
That they didn't use a white dude.
The George Jefferson. Right. Yeah.
She made sure.
And then what about that Egyptian? The Egyptian king at that time? We said they left out of here. What did he say? Everybody heard
that was the king of Palestine.
That was
okay. Say what he said.
He would never accept it because they left
He
black,
said that in
and they came back
1952.
white. Right. And they came back white.
All right. Yeah. Okay. Now, Kareem, we got one more little clip going on here, and if any of the brothers, if y'all want to share something, you put it in the private chat, and then Kareem can share from there. You see where it say chat on your screen, and then you can also look at the comments what people saying too. That's why they don't. Some of them be talking stuff, and they think we be picking
I
around.
don't
We
know how to
see you.
do that, but let me see if I
IDK.
can.
Yeah. IDK, I'm trying to tell you, brother, this is an open panel, man. You ain't got to express yourself in the chat. We don't do that over here. We let you come on here.
Yeah,
and show your face.
we'll bring some bagels on here for you if you're hungry.
Let's fair use it again, Queen. We make fair use. Hey, fair use cool over here.
Products, parties, and merch. Visit thebudplug.com.
It's Mike Ross, also known as Mike on the Mic. He's getting ready for his upcoming 2022 comedy run. He'll be kicking it off at Benny Brand's Dress Factory Comedy Club. Caroline's on Broadway. Punchline Philly. You don't want to miss him take the stage at the DC Improv. Then he'll be coming to the Atlanta Improv and at Chocolate Sundays Comedy Show in Los Angeles, California.
It's Mike on the Mic. Looking forward to seeing you there.
What up, y'all? It's your man Sam Ant here at Vile Hip Hop News. Go ahead and hit that like button. Smash that notification bell. And if you're not subscribed to Vile Hip Hop News, ladies and gentlemen, what are you waiting for? Subscribe right now to the brand. Appreciate each and every one of y'all. And let's get to work. Okay, the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan jumped on social media this morning and gave a very powerful speech in regards to what we are currently seeing in the world with Kanye West and Kyrie Irving in particular. The conversation was about an hour long. He touched on various topics. The topics that I want to talk
the full
about
video too.
today and what I'm going to share with you guys is more or less how we treat our own in the media. Now, he didn't specify certain people, or at least I'm not going to play clips where he specified certain people, but we all know the cast of characters he did: Shaquille O'Neal, Charles Barkley, Bomani Jones, Shannon Sharp, and anybody else within hip-hop media.
Somebody need to mute their mic.
Ebro and Charlemagne the God and Funk Master Flex and hip-hop and these various media consultants or media analysts within hip-hop and within sports that happen to look just like us, and how they are taking the treatment of Kyrie Irving and Kanye West and jumping on the side of the people who want to, for lack of a better term, buck break those two individuals. Minister Farrakhan gave a very powerful and peaceful speech that I'm going to give you clips of right now. If you want to listen to
we got the whole video
in its entirety, I suggest you type that into YouTube and find various people who have it, because it's out there to see. But I'm going to play clips that I've found to be more important than others, even though the entire speech is important. I implore all of you to go listen to the entire speech in full. But I'm going to play clips of the interview where he speaks on Kanye West, he speaks on Kyrie Irving, and most importantly, the treatment by our own that they are currently receiving. Make sure you hit that like button, notification bell if you deem this video worthy enough for a share. Drop it on your social media account, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. You know how we do. I appreciate each and every one of y'all's support. And I ain't going to talk y'all ear off any longer. Without further ado, Minister Farrakhan.
I am sure my teacher is deeply concerned about what is happening in Black America today, that is put two of our young men, one, a great basketball player, Kyrie Irving, and another brother who is called a rapper, but he's so much More than that,
That's right.
Brother Ye, and the controversy that is swirling around these two men that is causing, unfortunately,
Listen,
division among a people that can least afford to be broken more apart because of misunderstanding and, unfortunately, parts of ignorance that we don't see the enemy who is working 100% to bring bloodshed about among us because of the serious nature of what is happening that is causing them, the enemy, to use his influence on those of us who are on his payroll. And those of us who have been blessed
can't even work for him and have an opinion.
To be connected to them could be a blessing, but it also can be a cursing.
Keep your mouth shut.
Because once the enemy puts his talons into you, he's reaching for your mind, but more than that, he's reaching for your soul to empty us and make us weak when we could be strong.
Teach, double E elder.
And doing his bidding rather than manifesting the great love that God wants us to show toward one another.
So how they approach?
Ye is a lover. Kyrie is the same. But he wants to stand on a principle. And you see him standing, how intelligent he is, and the media keeps running at him with, why don't you say you
did the same thing to you?
This anti-Semitism. You did the same thing to me. I've tried to have meetings with you.
Facts.
Let's dialogue about this.
That was a Kazos he talking about.
You don't want to dialogue with me. You want to dialogue with somebody that you know you can put down because of the power you have over them by giving them a contract and money that you can take from them if they say or do anything that you don't like. This is the day of judgment and justice. These men don't want to be against you. These men are loving people.
We are a loving people.
You brought them out of college and high school and gave them a contract. You gave them a contract.
Colleges made all kind of money off of it. Is talent.
Haven't they made money for you all? So now you sign them up.
Now the college athletes make money.
And then Adidas comes by and Nike comes by and gives.
I mean, this is sad.
Them.
Notice how he's saying them without using the word Kazar or, the other ish word. That's what I love about Farrakhan. He's smart and how he uses his words because he don't want to say their name. But if you are woke, you know exactly what he's saying. Them that he's talking to. He's talking about the ones that own everything.
But guess what, our brothers Quan? There's no secret of who we talking about because they're claiming that we're anti-Jewish, we're anti-Semitic. So there ain't no secret. I mean, you, what are we supposed to call y'all? I mean, because to be honest, we know that you're not Shemitic. So why are y'all playing games? How do y'all fit into that equation, Afro-Asiatic?
We could call them Fakelites.
And then I didn't know it was against the law to call somebody Carlinato something that, you know, that's not the truth. I didn't know that was against the law. No, we're not anti-Semitic. Only way you can do that if you're showing some black on black crime. Yeah, I can say, okay, we can sit down at the table and talk about that. But let's let Farrakhan rock out. We got the whole interview, but we got some other clips and stuff, and other people got clips they want to show as well.
A lot of money that they don't see. You have them on a leash. And whenever somebody like Kyrie or Ye rise up and you don't like it, you pull the chain. So we run out and dog our own brother.
Yeah, Garfield.
Because he did something for a principle. You will too. Life is bigger than paper with a white man's image on it.
White man's face.
Life is bigger than a nice house.
Can you right there real quick, Remy?
And a lot of bling bling.
And Uncle Wes, that's where you said, man, they gave him all that money. Y'all was mad and trying to count his money, what they gave up. But people stand on their principles. People stand on things. And sometimes you gotta, say, some jobs you be like, you know what, I don't care how much you paying me at a certain time. It's just certain things you can't say to me and expect me to just bite the bullet and continue to work for you. It's just certain things that I'm not gonna let you get away with. I have my pride, my dignity. I mean, so what? You paying me this right now. I'm a man before I'm anything. My family watching. My peers and my children watching. And I'm not gonna let you degrade me in front of them. So the hell what you talking about? And I love what Kyrie doing. I love what Ye doing. I don't agree with everything he got going because some people maybe can't understand the method to his madness. You know what I'm saying? We all connect dots differently, but we all supposed to have that freedom of choice and freedom of speech to express that, not to be ostracized and shut down and publicly attacked. Because y'all didn't do Justin Bieber like that when he was coming up and he was making his way and he said the end jokes. Nah, he was okay. He didn't lose no sponsors. What makes him different? Well, let's continue.
Life is bigger than an Oscar. Life is bigger than a belt. Life is bigger than something that says I am the best at what I do. I'm the most valuable player or my team won. But as a people, we are losing. We cannot afford to lose any of you. You are our kith and our kin, our flesh and our blood. And so I wanted to say something to help us to come together rather than break apart. Because it's Ye and Kyrie today. But what they're doing to them is to make you, who are in the good graces of them, so you think.
We'll be next.
You see what we just did? Ye lost $2 billion in a few days. You might wonder, did he really have it?
Right.
He lost that much that soon? You know when you signed a contract.
Yeah, think about that.
That's powerful what he said.
How he lose it that quick? He ain't got it. That's just like a job when they say.
Right, it was never his.
All right, let me explain.
That's like a job when they say you'll make this about a year. You'll make this. Well, if you lose the job, you lose the damn money.
Right. Okay. So we ain't gotta go there, but yeah, it's what they call it, predicted or just what you. This is what you're gonna make. If
projected, it's projected net worth.
Yeah. But you know, shit. A success for us was like, man, we got a millionaire rapper, and now we are seeking to get to a billionaire businessman. He's not just a rapper; he's a businessman. You know. Well, at one point, some people were taking him seriously for a president. At one point, they saying, "Hey, he wrote his own Bible, but he didn't even write that book." But what I'm saying, he has the charisma and to reach a broad audience. Whether we agree with everything he say or not. Do you understand that? Why would he say it's so important? Why he more important than Tom Cruise? Or Tom Cruise say some outlandish Scientology and all that. Why is what he says is standing out more than what Tom Cruise would say? Tom Cruise is a bigger star, ain't he? Tom Cruise says some outlandish shit. Had mental breakdowns, jumping all on top of couches in front of Oprah and shit. Come on, man.
Because Tom Cruise got the complexion. Because Tom Cruise got the complexion for the connection, man. That's why.
Is that what it is? They tell us everything. All that's is in the past. Everybody's equal. What you talking about? We didn't go through what our ancestors go through. Shut up. They tell us you ain't supposed to try to claim a heritage, a nationality. How dare you say you're an Israelite?
Listen, Jay. Long as you kissing their ass, you in good company with them. Once you start rebelling, they're gonna take it. They're gonna take it all. Okay. But I'm gonna say this too. Every time for us to grow as a people, we gotta rebel against this system, man. For us to come back together as a people, we gotta rebel against the system, man. You gotta understand the system ain't never been for you.
What you mean by rebel? I wouldn't even call it rebel. I would just call it we gotta galvanize our people together and come with.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Yeah, because you got key words the enemy will use against you. Yeah, when they're trying to take you down. Especially for something you didn't do. Like they doing with Kyrie. He ain't the first innocent person that's been accused of things that he didn't do. We saying how many of us on this panel think Kyrie guilty of anything? Or anybody in the audience? What is he guilty of?
Guilty of what?
Guilty of telling the truth.
Guilty of what? That's what I'm saying. But this is what this system do. This is what they do to us all the time. You always got to prove your innocence for some shit that they didn't put on you, and you ain't did shit.
Well, remember, America was built on lies. Y'all got to keep that in mind, so you can't tell the truth.
Nope.
So, and to add on to what Yashar just said, you have to understand that Kanye and Kyrie both are now guilty of being WMDs, weapons of mass defiance. See, the fact of the matter is, in order for the white supremacist doctrine to work here and abroad, nobody, especially us, can buck up against them in any way, shape, or form. You see, you have to understand that although they may have amended certain things on paper, the United States slave codes are still in effect. Right? And the bottom line, no black man under any circumstance, has any rights, okay, to be able to speak out against anything that they, as white men under the white supremacist doctrine, have established, okay? So the bottom line is they're guilty of daring to now reassert their manhood, reassert themselves as being sons of Israel, and now saying that we collectively are the children of Israel, and that's what they're guilty of. Okay, and in the court of the dishonest, the honorable are going to always be held, liable, because again, once you come with the truth, the gospel truth, this now deflates everything that they have developed, and they don't want to give it up. That's just the bottom line, all right? And so it is. When you are a threat to their money, their entertainment mafia, and all of its aspects are going to come for your head, win, lose, or draw. So this is what they're guilty of, because now what they're going to do is start a wave of mass defiance. This is why when Muhammad Ali did what he did way back when, and I'm gonna stand on it like a rock. He didn't get Parkinson's disease. The man was poisoned. They didn't forget that. You gotta understand, the United States government is vindictive. They will not stop. They don't forgive. They don't forget. They just found more subtle ways to get you. That's all.
Yeah.
All right. So the bottom line, that's what they're getting.
No,
and see,
no too many hits in the head caused him to have Parkinson's and all that. They were trying to say that too. He floated like a butterfly and stung like a bee. He broke the dope only a couple of times in his boxing career, man. So get up out of here with that. But hey, we got Forever Food, the queen in the building, and she got part 2 to Hebrews and Negroes. So if she want to come on and show that, we can get into that. You know what I'm saying? We got Philip Banks in the building, one of the top judges and great system that he had put together to judge a debate. If you want to come on and build with us, man, we would love to see you on here with us, man. But this is the home of the real truth over here at the Lions Den, man. That's a fact. Let's keep it moving. This video is still banging. Let's go. Please.
With him. I don't know what's in the contract, but you do. So evidently, Adidas and all the companies that Brother Kanye is signed to or was signed to until Mr. Ari Emanuel,
he made up 70% of the revenue.
Told everybody just drop him.
We don't have to boycott Adidas.
Beloved brothers and sisters, look, your day is soon coming. I'm asking you stop beating each other up in the public. Stop doing that. But of course, that's what the master wants us to do. There's a slave here that's getting out of place, and teach him a lesson. Beat him up. I'm saying to you, don't do that. Call your brother. Come and sit down with us. Tell us about this movie. I understand that Brother Shaq, Keel, O'Neal put it up in his theater. Go see it.
What y'all think? Don't everybody talk at the same time.
The man is speaking the truth, and timing is everything. Okay, so the bottom line is what he's saying is on point. Now, having had the pleasure of being able to view it here on the Lions Den. I see that the documentary from start to finish has nothing anti-Shemitic in it whatsoever. Okay, not from start to finish. When you examine it, there is nothing anti-Shemitic in the movie whatsoever. So therefore, what is the real issue? We got to keep that. We got to keep on beating that same drum. The reclaiming of our nationality, the reclaiming of our power, and reclaiming of our status as the true chosen
don't have no
people
problem with
other people.
with other people claiming their nationality. I don't get it. The Japanese, the Chinese, Chinatown, everybody can have their own little identity and nationality, but they just want to label us as black, Negro. But then when we find out, no, that's not us. That's not a nation of people. That's not recognized in the United Nations. What is the problem when we want to be identified? Because under this Constitution, we're not identified. Y'all represent us under this Constitution. That's why y'all can beat and torment us like you done in the past and still doing now, mentally, physically. Everybody get reparations, but us. We built this country. But the Japanese got reparations for Pearl Harbor, Native Americans. Okay, I get that with them. Y'all came and took theirs. I get that part. Who else? The Fakelites for Holocaust. And we don't get nothing. We can't afford it now. But the government can lose how much? How many billions did they lose? Big Baby Hebrew.
That was 17 billion in 2002.
Okay, and there's 52 million of us here. Y'all can't split that up amongst us. Y'all didn't miss that money, huh? Who else is doing the chat with the P? Who's there with the P? All right. Karima, can we go to the next? Okay, yeah, brother Phil. Yeah, man. Go ahead, family. How you been, man?
Been doing good. How yourself?
Yeah, we blessed, man.
Good.
Blessed by the best, as my grandfather would say with his deacon hat on. Praise yeah.
That's good.
Mississippi, Jackson, Mississippi.
Cool. I just want to let it be clear. I'm a Christian, and I want to say I lift my voice in support for my Hebrew Israelite brothers and sisters.
Yes.
I don't care about whether or not you can prove to me genetically, biologically, whether you know your origins as Hebrew Israelites. I don't care about all that. Because I hear, I don't know the fullness of the whole story, but I've been hearing people talking about these things. And I'm saying to myself, why is it every time the black man try to rise up in some way is a problem to the entire world? If we are so inferior to everybody else, why are we your problem? And to think of it, you took us away from our land. You beat the heck of all of our culture, our history out of us, so you thought. And now we are trying to find ourselves. So if we are wrong, if our brothers are wrong,
tears to my eyes, man, just thinking about it, man.
If our brothers and sisters are wrong by saying that they are Hebrew Israelites, which if they're right, I would be one myself, right? But if they're wrong, do you not see they're wrong because of you? Do you not see that they are wrong because you took us, not even to you yank us,
forever fool, come back
from our land, our culture, our history, and everything else, and you didn't have the decency to tell us rightfully and correctly, here is who you, this is who you are, here's where you're from. We have to go through the struggle, added to the struggle that we are going through with you economically and politically and in every other way. We have to struggle to find out who we are. You who took us from where we were and knew who you didn't tell us.
Speak on.
So if my brothers and sisters claim a particular culture, right or wrong, I stand with you. I just want you to know that, my Hebrew Israelite brothers and sisters, I stand with you. I may not get favoritism from a lot of Christians, but that's fine. But I stand with you because I understand and I realize that it's a fight and it's a struggle. And the struggle is our struggle. It's your struggle, it's my struggle, it's our struggle. It doesn't matter what label we call ourselves. It's our struggle. And we need to help each other in alleviating this problem. I stand with you. God bless you.
Hey, we love you for that, man. Because
Yeah, man, that's one love, family, one love.
That's all we trying to do is tell the other brothers the same thing. We're not telling you to convert over to what we, what we know to be true to us. We just asking you if we're under attack by someone who not even from the same family branch. They're attacking us like they're in high places. We're getting attacked from high places. You see what I'm saying? It's a spiritual war as well. But y'all know this. And for y'all to keep trying to do what y'all do on a regular basis, this is not the time for that. Because the world is focused on Kyrie right now and what he posted. And that's like taking away his freedom of speech because you could be next. How's that so offensive? Nowhere in this movie did it offend none of them. They can't even prove their own definition of the word. How many times do we got to keep telling you this? West, Garfield, Sarnetta, Mudawa, anybody else that I deal with and have discussions with on a regular basis. I'm not coming down on y'all. I'm just asking y'all, why are y'all acting like this? And y'all cheat, y'all always talking about unity and black African power and know thyself and consciousness. They conscious of us right now. Not what y'all been talking about. Guess what? Whose information is more important at this point in time? And if this is gonna trigger us to galvanize and come together, why are y'all against it? This ain't Uncle Tom cabin time right now. But hey, we got the Queen in the building, forever food. We can get straight to this movie, part 2. Y'all want to do that?
JJ, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, Queen. Speak on it.
You know the Farrakhan speech is like almost an hour. Why didn't you play the whole thing? It was so powerful.
The whole thing. I told everybody I just want to get a few clips out the way. Then we can do the whole thing. But you don't want to do part 2 of the movie?
No, I can do it.
Yeah, let's do part 2.
Farrakhan. We know Farrakhan. Hey, I was waiting for Farrakhan to speak. Cause, Farrakhan always, man, he's a very good orator. He can touch your soul and spirit just by the way he speak. So I was waiting for him to come out on there because he said they did the same thing to me, and it's true. But yeah, let's go to part 2 and see if this is offensive.
Okay, before you start part 2 though, let me just add on to what your appeal, CEO, and this is the Shaka Amos. I saw your video, Shaka. We all saw your video,
Ponytail no more?
Yeah, Shaka Utmost.
Shaka Ponytail no more.
Okay, well, I'm gonna say Shaka Utmost because you're the utmost mad right about. You big mad right about now because no one wants to claim Kermit. They're not claiming Egypt. They're claiming Israel. See, don't be mad, Shaka. See you talking about the documentary was a bunch of gibberish and BS and foolishness. But here it is, you're calling it. But yet, you know what you didn't do, Shaka? You didn't disprove anything in that documentary. You know why, Shaka? Because you can't. So you always resort to name calling someone dumb, calling someone stupid, blah, 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 blah. But you know what, Shaka? No one cares about what you think, Shaka. No one. All the world thinking about right now is what the children of Israel and the Hebrew Israelites are thinking and what we're talking about, because everything that we've talked about now is coming to pass nonstop. So get with the program. That go for all you Kermit, YouTube brother Jabari, all y'all. Don't be mad.
Get up, family.
Take off those Kemet and Kermit clothing and in the spirit of Isaiah 52:1. Put on your garment. Put on the Israelite clothing now, all y'all. And if you
You're right.
don't,
Jabari, take off that steaky sex hat. Cut it out.
Yeah, if you don't, well, that's your business. But don't be mad, Shaka. Don't be mad. Peace.
Yeah. Well, the sister fell off, so we can keep talking. She'll be back. While she going away, I guess. Can we play another one of those 10-minute clips? What's going on in the world? And why guys like Unc West. Unc West did try to do. He come on to my yeah, man. This how you know when the show gonna start off in the wrong foot. A well-organized lie defeats a disorganized truth every time. Ooh wee! I said, well, damn. Yeah, this some kind of mind control cult going on over here. You teaching your people to have a well-organized lie. And you proud of that? And then he says science is undefeated, right? But then he goes into, I think, okay, let me see what kind of science lesson we're gonna go into today. He goes and try to teach the Bible. That knowing in Genesis 10 was Genesis 10 and 2, it tells you the genealogies. And if you could pull up your most you could not even most Europeans, where do Europeans claim they come from? Is it gonna say Japheth, Japheth, tomato, however you pronounce it? It don't have nothing to do with no Afro-Asiatic African family structure. But I'll try his best to say, yeah, see, and all y'all, so y'all don't want to be Ham. See, y'all want to be Shams of what these people over in Israel is saying they are. Y'all trying to steal their identity. Yes, you are being anti-Semitic. I said, I'll be damned. For this brother to say he very educated and read books, he didn't do so well yesterday. You know it. And for him to mislead the audience like that was bad, man. Apostle, you still there? Yasha, you still there?
Well,
yeah, I'm here.
I'm
here.
Yeah, I'm still here too.
All right.
Yeah, I'm right here.
Wait for here. Sister fell off.
Well, CEO, can I give a public service announcement real quick?
Yeah, I'm just sitting in the cut letting your brothers
Yeah,
back.
hold on, fam. Let one of them get in there for a second.
Okay, who wants to get in? I want to
Joshua
give a PSA.
Nah, go ahead. I'm good. I'm sitting in the cut.
I want to give a PSA if you don't mind. Now,
go ahead.
I thank you. Now, okay, to the persons who, okay, somebody mute their mic, please. To the persons who felt some kind of way the other night when Karima G-checked out of control and out of pocket personality calling himself the I am. Some of y'all want to come in, later on talking about why do I let a woman run me a control. Let me just break this down to you. First of all, I'm Malakaya. I sit here as a guest here on the Lion's Den. The Lion's Den is ran by the CEO of operations, that is Jeremiah Yahawadah and Karima, okay? I come in like everyone else as a guest, and because they trust my statesmanship, okay, and my ability to articulate facts, nonstop truth, I'm allowed to come here, but I am not in control of the lion's den whatsoever. And let me just say this to you. When anyone is out of pocket, it is either CEO's responsibility or Kareema's responsibility and their duty and their right to step in and shut down any and everybody. And see, unlike everyone who come, all you
Shit, the
naysayers,
whole
or
panel
those who
step in and shut some nonsense down.
but in this case though, they came at me because they're saying, you know, I'm letting the woman run things. But let me just, I'm gonna make this clear though. Let me break this down to you. That in the lion's den, right? You always hear me say that you're rolling with the pride. Now, the lioness, her function is to protect her children. See, we're all Kareema's sons, okay? And the bottom line is, when someone gets out of pocket and she steps in, lays down law, shuts them down, I'm going to do what I'm supposed to do. Get out the way, shut up, and let it be done. Because, and this, and frankly speaking, it goes like this here. If you naysayers can't stop her from giving you a spiritual ass whooping that you deserve, what make you think I can stop her? And second and foremost, what make you think I'm gonna stop her when you are out of line and out of pocket? See, like I Am Nana said, when you come into the lion's den, let me just, I'm gonna close up.
Yeah.
The lion's den, when you come into the lion's den, Jeremiah, Judah, and Kareema are hospitable hosts. But as I Am Nana said, I'm gonna keep repeating it. You wipe your feet, you mind your manners, and you proceed with caution. But if you get out of line, out of pocket, you're gonna get your back broke. So now, with that being said, it goes a little something like this here. If you keep your stupidity to yourself, you won't get your feelings hurt. Now, I hope that I've made that clear. I hope that I've made that clear. And with that, CEO, it's on you.
Keep your stupidity. Hey, we gotta get a t-shirt on that. Keep your stupidity to yourself and you won't get your feelings hurt. That's one of our new sponsors in 2023.
Hold on, brought to you by Common Sense. Commercial break.
You already, I was just about to go to our old sponsor, the original sponsor, but now we got a new sponsor too. Keep your stupidity to yourself and you won't get your feelings hurt. Yeah, because this episode of Lions Den is brought to you by Common Sense. I can explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you. That's how we get down in the den, you see. But let's go ahead and get Sis Forever Food is in the building, and we finna see part 2 of this. And let's see who offended who. The truth is gonna only offend you. That's what if it boiled down to that, I'll say that at the end. But if there was something offensive in Ron Dalton's movie here, then I'll point that out. That's only fair. Yasha, you there? No, he must step away because he can't be quiet that long. He probably took him a little nap like he be falling asleep sometime when he's judging debates.
Yeah, no, I'm here. But
not you, Elder. I'm talking about
yeah. I know
Yo, real quick,
he's quiet.
Yeah, Elder. I gotta tell you something in the back chat. One of my boys,
AKA Mr. Sleepy.
Hold on, Jude. I can't hear him. Hold on,
Yo,
Jude.
real quick, Elder. I just got a report. It says that 40% of Jewish people own slaves. Check that out.
Oh yeah.
I'm not talking about as far as the slave trade. We talking about as far as down south. Right. All those last names came from the Jewish man. Now watch this. Only 0. Look. I gotta see how this report in the back chat. Go ahead, I just want to bring that out.
Yeah, share your screen if you have to.
Good information.
What you do, you can post it in the private chat and we'll look at it.
It came in my somebody posted on Instagram that 40% of Jewish people own slaves in the South.
I told y'all, it ain't just the South. They've been all the North, East, and West.
Yeah.
All right, now let's do the criminal what to do.
It's really going down. It's about to go down now. Really going down. It's about to go down. We the people. Shema. Israel. We the people. Shema, Shema. Israel. We the people. Shema. Israel. We the people. Shema, Shema. Israel. We the people. Shema. Israel. We the people. Shema, Shema. Israel. We the people. Shema. Israel. We the people. Shema, Shema. Israel. We the people of the book. I stay humble, I ain't even boasting. I'm just here telling you facts. No more secret, it's gotta be spoken. We out here living a lie. 3/5, but they say that we equal. So put your hands up in the sky. Represent for the chosen people. Melanin, melanin, yeah, we got a lot of it. I can see the fear in them when they look at it. I can understand it 'cause it's them.
In the Bible, in Ephesians chapter 6, verse 12, it says, "For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, and against spiritual wickedness in high places." So as we can see, for believers, spiritual warfare is a way of life. Some even call it spiritual combat.
Spiritual combat, baby. Hey, you can only, y'all can only run so long. It's going down. Nah, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
We wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world. It's a spiritual combat. It's a spiritual combat. It's a spiritual combat. It's a spiritual combat. It's time to get into formation. We gotta get ready for the battle. So call on your brothers and sisters. We gotta turn back to the scriptures. Stop making it all about you. Them preachers, they got it confused. Come out of her. Cause Yahuwah is our deliverer. Don't be ashamed. Don't be ashamed, cause nobody's perfect. We're called by his name. We're called by his name. Seek him to be worthy. We should be coming together. There's power in unity.
Only a few years ago, we were a discouraged people because we were the first to lose our jobs when old man depression came along and the last to get them back. We struggled vainly to regain our bearings while depression, fear, and failure stalked the nation. A tenth of the population of the United States, we formed as a race over a sixth of the unemployed. 1 out of every 4 of us was on relief. In vain, we sought for something to restore our confidence, our hope, our courage. Without jobs, we had no money. And without money, we could not purchase food for the hungry mouths at home. Our only hope lay in charity. Hunger drove our people to the bread lines. Anxiously, we waited for some sign of better days. Then came the federal government's work program. One by one, it took us out of the bread line. It gave us a new chance to take a normal place in the life of our community. It made us self-supporting. It changed the haggard, hopeless faces of the bread line into faces filled with hope and happiness. For now, we work again.
Yahuwah is my light and my salvation. Whom shall I fear? Yahuwah is the strength of my life. Of whom shall I be afraid?
This ain't the time to play. It's time to leave the world. There is a better way. This is for my brothers and my sisters. You gotta change all your ways. All my Shia back for us. He's the one to follow. So praise ya, praise ya, praise him, praise ya, praise ya, praise ya, praise ya. Give it all you got. Oh yeah. Accept the truth or lose your friends. It's not hard to understand. The pleasures of the world makes us bold. Don't be a fool and lose your soul. So follow the word if you love the so praise him. Praise God, praise God, praise God, praise God.
In the movie Hebrews Sneakers Wake Up Black America, we proved that the so-called Negro is the real children of Israel by going through the sons of Ham and showing that Canaan, Put, Mitzrayim, and Cush were all black nations. Now, why is that important? Because we know that in the Old Testament, the children of Israel mixed heavily with the children of Canaan, the children of Mitzrayim or Egypt, and also the children of Cush or Nubia, such as Moses and Zipporah, and also the children of Put as well. And proving that the children of Ham were black and the children of Israel mixed with them for over 1,000 years. Then also proving that Abraham and his seed, the Shemitic peoples coming down from Terah and Abraham, they were also people of color, basically shows that the children of Israel were people of color, a melanated people that were scattered to the four corners of the earth. But after the movie, I'm sure a lot of people have questions in regards to, well, if we are the children of Israel, the children of Israel are scattered to India and Australia and Papua New Guinea and the Americas and the Caribbean and even in Europe, then who are the people living in the land of Israel today that are calling themselves Jews? This is the big question that people want to know. And a lot of people say, well, it's not important to focus on them, to talk about who they are, but that's a lie. It is important that we understand who they are because everybody has a biblical origin.
Chapter 12. Now the Lord had said unto Abram, Get thee out of thy country and from thy kindred and from thy father's house unto a land that I will show thee. And I will make of thee a great nation, and I will bless thee and make thy name great, and thou shalt be a blessing. And I will bless them that bless thee, and curse him that curseth thee, and in thee shall all families of the earth be blessed.
When I was younger, working in the medical field, I remember being called to go into a patient's room to answer a question. When I got there, the room was filled with Jewish people. The Jewish people were there to see about their grandmother who was recently discharged from the hospital. When I walked out of the room, a rabbi dressed in a black suit was outside the door. He said to me, "If you bless a Jew, God will bless you." And I said, "How do you know?" And he replied, "Because it's in the Bible." At the time, I didn't know it, but when I got older and started waking up to the truth that Negroes are the real children of Israel of the Bible, one of the main things I wanted to find out was the true biblical identity of the people the world calls Jews today. Being the son of a Pentecostal pastor raised in the black church, the answer would change forever the very way I perceive end times biblical prophecy. So the question I want to pose to you today is, if the people the black church has been calling Gentiles are the real children of Israel, and the people the world has been calling the children of Israel are the Gentiles, aka Gog and Magog, then how does that change end times biblical prophecy? Think about it and let the one sink in while we see what the Bible has to say.
Chapter 38. And the word of the Lord came unto me, saying, Son of man, set thy face against Gog, the land of Magog, the chief prince of Meshech and Tubal, and prophesy against him, and say, Thus saith the Lord God, Behold, I am against thee, O Gog, the chief prince of Meshech and Tubal, and I will turn thee back, and put hooks into thy jaws, and I will bring thee forth, and all thine army, horses and horsemen, all of them clothed with all sorts of armor, even a great company with bucklers and shields, all of them handling swords. Persia, Ethiopia, and Libya with them, all of them with shield and helmet. Gomer and all his bands, the house of Togarmah of the north quarters, and all his bands, and many people with thee. And thou shalt come up against my people of Israel as a cloud to cover the land. It shall be in the latter days, and I will bring thee against my land, that the heathen may know me, when I shall be sanctified in thee, O Gog, before their eyes. Thus saith the Lord God, Art thou he of whom I have spoken in old time by my servants the prophets of Israel, which prophesied in those days many years that I would bring thee against them? And it shall come to pass at the same time, when Gog shall come against the land of Israel, saith the Lord God, that my fury shall come up in my face. For in my jealousy and in the fire of my wrath have I spoken. Surely in that day there shall be a great shaking in the land of Israel. And when the 1,000 years are expired, Satan shall be loosed out of his prison, and shall go out to deceive the nations which are in the four quarters of the earth, Gog and Magog, to gather them together to battle, the number of whom is as the sand of the sea. And they went up on the breadth of the earth, and compassed the camp of the saints about, and the beloved city. And fire came down from God out of heaven, and devoured them.
After reading these verses, many who are familiar with the Bible know that there's a time coming where the Japhetic descendants, Gog and Magog, are going to bring calamity to the earth, especially the real children of Israel. But Christians in the world need to think real closely. Have we fully identified who are the descendants of Gog and Magog? Well, what if for centuries Gog and Magog have been masquerading as the nations who control the major religions of the world? This is Islam, Judaism, and Christianity. This type of secret will be the biggest religious hoax of all time. This type of trickery should be no surprise, as the Bible and Christ foretold that the whole world will be deceived.
And the great dragon was cast out, that old serpent called the devil and Satan, which deceiveth the whole world. He was cast out into the earth, and his angels were cast out with him. And I heard a loud voice saying in heaven, Now is come salvation, and strength, and the kingdom of our God, and the power of his Christ. For the accuser of our brethren is cast down, which accused them before our God day and night. And they overcame him by the blood of the Lamb, and by the word of their testimony, and they loved not their lives unto the death. Therefore rejoice, ye heavens, and ye that dwell in them. Woe to the inhabitants of the earth and of the sea, for the devil is come down unto you, having great wrath, because he knoweth that he hath but a short time.
When Christ said, "Let no man deceive you," he was talking about something that would happen in the future that the early disciples or the Israelites didn't understand. Now, if you look at the three Abrahamic religions, there's a lot of deception that has been going on. And there's two types of deception. One, we're going to see the creation and assertion of paganism. Now, a long time ago, I had talked to a Jewish rabbi. And I asked the Jewish rabbi, how come you guys don't say the name of God? Typically, they say Hashem or Adonai. And so I said, in the Tetragrammaton is Yod He Vah He. And he said, yes. He put his head down. And I said, how do you say Judah in Hebrew? And he said, Yehuda or Yehuda. And I said, isn't that the Yod, the He, the Vah, the Dalet, and the He? He says, yes. And I said, well, what happens if you take away the Dalet? I said, isn't that the name of the Most High God? And he says, yes. I said, the Dalet creates the D pronunciation. So I said, if you take away the D pronunciation, Yehuda, you get Yahuwah or Yahuwah. When I said that, the rabbi, he was with his students, he put his head down and he seemed like he had a disgusted look on his face. He started to walk away. And I said, so the Bible says to proclaim his name in the Bible. It says this in the Old Testament, in the Tanakh. I said, so why are you guys not saying this? And so he didn't have nothing to say. He said, well, you think you got it all figured out, don't you? You got it all figured out. And his students were saying, Rabbi, is he right? Rabbi, is he right? Say something, Rabbi. And I kind of laughed because it's funny how things have been changed over times. You look at the King James Bible. Today, when you read your King James Bible, it says the Lord God. But actually, the word Lord originally was Yahuwah, Yahuwah, or the Tetragrammaton. And the word God was Elohim. Now, in the ancient Swahili Bible in the 1800s, of course, Swahili originated in East Africa. The oldest version of Swahili comes from Tanzania. In their Bible, they have the words Yahuwah Mungu as the Lord God. Now, you go into the Christian Bible, before they had the word Yahweh, and they took the word Yahweh out and inserted the Lord. Now, this is a key fact. Why would the Catholic Church, the Roman Catholic Church, take out the word Yahweh or the early versions Yahuwah and replace it with the Lord God? We have to pay attention to these things. Now, there's something else. Now, I was talking to a guy from Iraq. He was a Muslim. And I said, hey, how do you say God in your language? He says, Allah. And I said, well, are you able to read the ancient inscriptions in Babylon, the Assyrian Babylonian cuneiform wedge script? And he says, a little bit. I know what you're talking about because I showed it to him. He's, oh, yeah. And so I said, well, what about the earliest Quran? The earliest Quran was written in Kufic. And he says, yes, Kufic. And I showed him Kufic. He says, yes. I said, can you read that? He says, yes, I can read this a little bit. And I said, when the earliest Qurans came out, and before the Muslims knew about Muhammad, I said, or the Arabs knew about Muhammad, I said, what did you guys call the name of the creator, the God of Abraham? And he looked at me and he said, Yahuwah. I said, Yahuwah? He says, yes. And I said, Yah and Huwa? He says, yes. And I said, then why did you guys change it to Allah? Immediately when I said that, he put his head down, got up and walked away. Now, what people don't really understand is that in the old Arabic Bible, you will see the words Yah, Yahuwah, or Huwa, that means he is, or oh, he. Yah, if you ask any Chaldean that speaks Aramaic or any Iraqi Muslim that speaks Arabic, they'll say Yah has no place anymore in their Bible or in their text. But they do acknowledge that the word Huwa means oh, he or he is. Now, it's interesting because when you talk to Christians and you ask them about the name of God, they're not going to say anything. You ask them about the name Jesus, they're not going to say anything. If you ask them, well, how come you don't say Yeshua or Yahushua or Yahusha or even Yahweh or Yahuwah as the name of God? They don't say anything. They say, well, our Bible says this is the way it is. And so I say, well, why is it that we say hallelujah, hallelujah? I said, what is hallelujah? And they say, it's this giving praise to God. It's the highest praise to God. What people don't really understand is that hallelujah is a loan word from the Hebrew word hallel or halal. You can spell it Hallal, Hallel. And that means to praise, to boast about God. And a lot of times you'll see Hallel, Yah, or Alleluia with an A. That comes from the Aramaic or the Assyrian, Babylonian, depending on who you ask. So when you're saying Hallel, Yah, you're saying praises to Yah, to God, shorthand form of the word Yahuwah. Because in the Bible, in Psalms, you'll see the word Jah, but of course the letter J didn't exist until the 1600s. So in those days, it was Yah before they changed it to the I and then to the J. And so these are things in Christianity and Judaism and Islam that we don't pay attention to. So when Christ said, "Let no man deceive you," he was really talking about a lot of the religions that will spring forth through Christianity or through the Nazarene believers, the Israelites, the early disciples that believed in the testimony of Christ, his divinity and his messiahship, meaning that he was going to be the Messiah or he was the Messiah. So they kept the Torah, they followed the testimony of Christ and believed in Yeshua as the Messiah, and this was all prophesied. But if you look into the future, you'll see that the Roman Catholic Church started to install paganism. They started to infuse the worship of the sun god Invictus Sol, which was a Roman sun god. Goes back to the Babylonian sun god, which was Shamash or Utu, goes back to the Sumerians as well. And so you'll see this 8-pointed star, which is seen in St. Peter's Square in the Vatican, also used in ancient sun worship. And you'll see how the Catholic Church changed the Lord's Day or the Sabbath or the Sabbath day to Sunday, the day of the sun. And so when you look at Islam, with Roman Catholic Church Christianity and with help of the Edomites, you see how Islam was formed. Now, if you look at the Kaaba stone back in its pre-Islamic time with the early Arabs, they worship Al-Uzza, Al-Manat, and Allah. Allah means the goddess, Al-Uzza means the mighty one, and Manat means the faith. And so when you see these things, back in Petra, Jordan, in Arabia, they used to worship pagan gods. Now, they were more than just 3 pagan gods. There were 300 pagan gods, and they worshiped these gods in blocks. Sometimes you call them the Jinn blocks or Baetels, Baetylels. And so these blocks or cubes were what they worshiped the pagan gods in. And eventually, they transformed this into the Kaaba stone, and now all the Muslims pray to the Kaaba stone. But in all actuality, before any of this existed in Islam, you'll see that the worship of the god of the Arabs or the god of the Edomites, a lot of times you'll see the word Kos, Kaush, or Kos Allah, meaning Kos the god. This is the god of the early Edomites. And in fact, if you look at the direction that the early Arab Muslims prayed to, the Qibla is the direction where you pray to the Holy Temple or to the Kaaba or to their god. The earliest temples or mosques, the direction of the Qibla, the way the Muslims were supposed to pray to, was towards Petra, Jordan, the homeland of the Edomites and their god, Kos Allah. And so when we look at Judaism and we look at Metatron's cube, because Metatron is seen as the lesser Yahweh according to the Kabbalah, and you see the davening that the Jews are doing at the Wailing Wall to the Shekinah, which is a female entity or deity, you'll see also this paganism and mysticism and idolatry that's mixed in with all the three Abrahamic religions. So there's no surprise that Christ said, "Let no man deceive you." And he was right, because when he talked about the Pharisees, now a lot of people say today that Judaism is Phariseeism. He talked about how the Pharisees professed to worship and praise Yah and follow Yah, but they asserted the doctrines of men, such as washing their hands and other different things that they do today, which is in Talmudic and Halakhic law, that the ancient Hebrew Israelites in Africa and the Ethiopian Jews and the West African Bantu people did not do. And so these are clear telltale signs how the 3 Abrahamic religions were infiltrated by the Gentiles and also the Edomites. And then also spilled over to the early Arabs to bring forth the 3 Abrahamic religions. But if you think this is deep, you think this is the biggest secret that they withheld. Wait till we see what they've been keeping from us all this time, or better yet, what we have been not paying attention to. Judaism, Islam, and Christianity are all considered Abrahamic religions. This is a known fact. Many Christians and Muslims often say, we are all children of Abraham. But this statement is not true according to the Bible. Why? Because Abraham didn't descend from the lineage of the dark-skinned sons of Ham in Africa, nor does he descend from the lineage of Japheth and the white-skinned Eurasian people. For centuries and for over 2 millennia, the religious world has incorrectly been teaching that the people today living in North Africa, the Middle East, Arabia, and Israel are the Shemitic sons of Abraham. What is also a known fact is that many Christians today and even Muslims have donated money to Israel because of the simple notion that they declare themselves to be the chosen people of God. But what if it can be proven that the people who declare to be the sons of Abraham and the sons of Jacob are in fact lying? There's a saying that says, if you tell a lie big enough and keep repeating it, people will eventually come to believe it. Now, this documentary is designed to finally reveal the identity theft of the real sons of Abraham with the replacement of the original Shemitic people in the land of Shem with the sons of Japheth. We will also see how Esau's hand has been behind this great deception since biblical times. It's high time that we provide real historical and biblical truth as it pertains to the children of Edom and the children of Japheth, who are masquerading as the Shemitic people in the Bible. Everybody today should descend from Noah's 3 sons, Ham, Shem, and Japheth. So that means we have to have children of Japheth, children of Shem, and children of Ham living today as we see it in the 21st century. So the question that many people want to know is, in the Middle East, in Africa, in Israel, the people today that we know as the white Arabs and the white Jews that we commonly see on TV, on news, and in documentaries, who are they? They claim to be descendants of Shem or Semites, but are they really descendants of Shem? Now, this is a big pill to swallow, because you'll see in the movie that the people that call themselves descendants of Jacob or the children of Israel, meaning the Jews, the European Jews, the Ashkenazis, the Sephardic Jews, even the people that call themselves the Arabs, they say that they're descendants of Ishmael. Ishmael was one of the forefathers that they claim of Muhammad in Islam. You're going to see that the true ancestry of the white Arabs and the white Jews we see today in the Middle East and North Africa are descendants of Japheth with a mixture of also Esau. I'm going to say it again. They are the children of Japheth and also with a mixture of Esau. That is very, very crucial breaking news for biblical scholars and people that follow Christianity, Islam, and Judaism.
Chapter 10. Now these are the generations of the sons of Noah, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, and unto them were sons born after the flood. The sons of Japheth, Gomer, and Magog, and Madai, and Javan, and Tubal, and Meshech, and Tyrus. And the sons of Gomer, Ashkenaz, and Riphath, and Togarmah. And the sons of Javan, Elisha, and Tarshish, Kittim, and Dodanim. By these were the isles of the Gentiles divided into their lands, every one after his tongue, after their families, in their nations.
In the Bible, the children of Japheth are known to occupy the north parts of the world, which most people today would agree to be the European kingdoms such as ancient Rome and ancient Greece. But nobody ever thinks to include Central Asia and North Asia. So in doing my studies during the writing of the Hebrews to Negroes book series, I always wondered, who lives over there? And who is Gog and Magog? Well, the Bible tells us something really interesting when talking about the future of Japheth's seed and their migratory pattern across the world.
God shall enlarge Japheth, and he shall dwell in the tents of Shem, and Canaan shall be his servant. And they shall fall by the edge of the sword, and shall be led away captive into all nations. And Jerusalem shall be trodden down of the Gentiles, until the times of the Gentiles be fulfilled. And there shall be signs in the sun, and in the moon, and in the stars, and upon the earth distress of nations, with perplexity, the sea and the waves roaring, men's hearts failing them for fear, and for looking after those things which are coming on the earth, for the powers of heaven shall be shaken.
Now, Luke 21:24 has always baffled me because a lot of people read Luke 21:24 and do not understand its context. But you would think that it's simple and clear to understand because in that scripture, Christ says, and they shall fall by the edge of the sword and shall be led away captive into all nations. And Jerusalem shall be trodden down of the Gentiles until the time of the Gentiles be fulfilled. Now, what does that mean? It should mean as clear as day is what it says. It means that, and they, this is not talking about the Gentiles, shall be sold by the sword and into slavery into all nations. It's talking about the real Israelites. Of course, it does not mean that the Israelites are going to take over Jerusalem until the time of the Israelites become fulfilled, because that wouldn't make any sense. So when people say the Gentiles were Israelites, then you really have to insert the word Israelite into Gentiles and say, and Jerusalem shall be trodden down to Israelites until the time of the Israelites be fulfilled. If we read further in verses 25, 26, 27, 28, you'll see that it's talking about a time when it's great calamity on the earth, and there's signs that that actually look forward to the coming of the Messiah or Christ. Earthquakes and perplexity of people's hearts, waves and roaring and different things of that nature. So we know that after Luke 21:24, it's talking about a time when we'll see the signs of the Messiah is coming. But when you look at Luke 21:24, it's important to understand that before Christ's birth, you'll see that the Greeks had already invaded Judea around 333 AD with Alexander the Great. And they Hellenized Judaism, and they conquered Mesopotamia, Iraq, and Iran, all the way approaching the Mauryan Empire, which is India, and also Turkey and Asia Minor, and also Egypt and Africa. So the Greeks encompassed a large territory when they conquered the land with their 4 Diadochi generals, Seleucus, Nicator. But this is the thing. When Christ said, do not go into the way of the Gentiles or the Samaritans, but go into the lost sheep of Israel, what did he mean? Well, if you look at Judea, at the time Judea was being controlled by the Greeks, the Gentile Greeks that converted to Judaism, and some Greeks that probably didn't want to convert to Judaism, they were just pagans, and also the Edomites. This was in Judea. We know that the Herodian family were basically like governors of different provinces in Judea or Israel. And so you see the Herodians, the Edomites, and also the Greeks that were living in Judea at the time, controlling the situation, controlling the land. Christ knew this. And then he knew that in northern Israel or Samaria were the Samaritans. He knew that they were not true Israelites as well. This is the reason why he said, do not go into the way of the Gentiles or the Samaritans, but go into the lost sheep of Israel. Now, if you look at where Christ recruited most of his disciples who were Israelites, you'll see that was in Galilee, which is north of Samaria and north of Judea. But we don't pay attention to these small signs. But when Christ said that the times of the Gentiles will be fulfilled, and Jerusalem will be trodden down to the Gentiles, he was talking about a future time that you will see Jerusalem conquered and possessed by Gentile non-Israelite nations. Now, you may ask yourself, did that happen? Yes, it did happen. Now, when the Romans sacked Jerusalem and destroyed the Second Temple in 70 AD, they renamed Roman Judea and Roman Syria, or the 2 provinces that they named after themselves, and called it Syria, Palestina, after the root word Philistina or Philistine, or from the Philistines. They wanted to have no remembrance of the word Israel, so they renamed it Syria, Palestina, or Palestina. This is where we get the term Palestine today. And so the Romans controlled Judea and Samaria and Syria all the way up until the beginnings of Islam around 600 AD with Muhammad. Now, when that happened, the Muslims wanted to have full control of Jerusalem. So the early caliphates, they took over Jerusalem. They were successful in winning Jerusalem and taking over the Holy Land. So they actually, at that point, had possession of Jerusalem. In the future, they would have possession of Mecca and Medina, the 3 holy sites of Islam. But during the Crusades, what people don't understand is during the Crusades, there were battles between European powers, Central Asian powers with the Ottoman Turks, the Kurds, the Turks, and also the Arabs, the Black Arabs. And over time, you'll see that the Kurds with Saladin and Sully Iman the Magnificent, and the Ottoman Turks, that they would control and win the majority of the battles of Jerusalem and the land of Israel. Until, of course, the British came and created British Mandatory Palestine, leading the way for the Gentile Khazarian Empire, or people from Central Asia, known as the Ashkenazi Jews, to come in and take over the land of Israel. Now, all these nations that I just mentioned that were fighting over Jerusalem and also captured Jerusalem and stayed there, lived there, adopted whatever religion they wanted to adopt, whether it was Islam, Christianity, or Judaism, these were all non-Israelite nations. So even to this day, when we look at TV, who's occupying Israel? You're looking at Ottoman Turks, you're looking at Ashkenazi Jews, Sephardic Jews, descendants of Central Asians, nomadic Turkish people, Khazars. These are all Gentiles, just as Christ prophesied in Luke 21:24. This is very important because we need to understand this to really understand end times biblical prophecy. A lot of times I think that this should be very clear because it's right there in the scripture, but this is one of the main scriptures that prevent Black Christians and white Christians and Christians all over from really understanding who are the original Israelites and where they got scattered to. Around 330 BC, the Greeks, with some labeled as Javan of the Bible, under the rulership of Alexander the Great, conquered Egypt, Israel, Iraq, Iran, Turkey, and the western border of the Mauryan Empire. Alexander the Great's Diadochi generals such as Seleucus Nicator would help enforce Greek culture on the people of Egypt, Israel, and Mesopotamia. This is called Hellenized, hence the word Hellenistic Judaism. The Greeks, including the Greek Maccabean Hasmonean family who converted to Judaism, also made marriage alliances with the Edomites, Romans, and other Europeans from Central Asia. This can be seen in the DNA of the Sephardic Jews who speak Ladino, the Ashkenazi Jews who originally spoke Yiddish, and the Romanite Jews who spoke Yavanic. Yavanic, which comes from the Hebrew root word for Greece, or Yavan, is also known as a Judeo-Greek dialect formerly used by the Romanite Jews. They use the word Romanites because the Greek and Edomitish Jewish converts living in Israel during the 1st century AD, during the days of Christ, were subjected to Roman rule after the destruction of Herod's temple in 70 AD. Their ancestry comes from a group of Greek Jews whose presence in the Levant or Israel is documented since the Byzantine period. Some sources say it goes all the way back to 300 BC. The language of the Romanite Jews stems from the Greek Koine dialect spoken primarily by the Hellenistic Jews throughout the region and includes Hebrew and Aramaic elements. It was mutually intelligible with the Greek dialects of the Christian population at the time. The Romanites used the Hebrew alphabet to write Greek and Yavanic texts. The oldest modern Greek Jewish text has been found in the Egyptian Cairo Geniza collection. The Geniza collection consists of 300,000 Jewish Gentile manuscripts from a range of 1,000 years, which highlight the Gentile Jews living in Spain, to Greece, Macedonia, the Balkan area, to Crimea, and as far as the Kingdom of Khazaria. It includes the hidden Khazar correspondence of Central Asia, the Schechter letter, and the Kievan letter. All old documents that prove the validity of the Ashkenazi Jews being related to the Central Asian, Turkish, Hunnic Khazars. In the DNA of the Romanite Jews who claim to have been living in Israel since the time of Alexander the Great,
he left out proselyte, but go ahead.
Empire, it shows primarily the wide DNA connected to Greece, Macedonia, or haplogroup G, and the wide DNA of Esau's influence in the Levant, which is E1B1B. Is this a coincidence? No, it's not. In the DNA of the Sephardic Jews and the Ashkenazi Jews, we likewise see the DNA of the Greeks, seen with haplogroup G, Esau or Edom, seen with haplogroup E1B1B, Western Europe, seen with haplogroup R1B, Eastern Europe, seen with haplogroup R1A, Central Asia, Turks, seen with haplogroup J2, and the Black Arabs with the wide DNA haplogroup from the father of J1.
Pause there, Kareem, real quick.
If what you just heard is not enough to blow your mind, the following information also raises serious questions as to the true Greek identity of the Maccabean people who claim to be Israelites and also high priests. Now in the Bible, Yah told King David to cast lots to put in order 24 priestly families who were to be descendants of Aaron, seen in 1 Chronicles chapter 24, verses 7 through 18. The first of these families was Jehoiarib. He was the chief. And if you go all the way down to 24, you'll see Messiah was the last one, and his name means rescued. Now the Jews say that the Dead Sea Scrolls has made it clear that these 24 named families indeed served in rotation without ever skipping a week from 42 BC to 70 AD, but their dates were off. Messiah has only 2 appearances in the Old Testament. One as one of the priests who signed the covenant with Nehemiah in Nehemiah chapter 10, verses 8, around 450 BC, and also as a priest in the reign of David, head of the 24 course, the 1 Chronicles 24, 18, around 1000 BC. After the last books of the Hebrew Old Testament, such as Ezra, Nehemiah, and Chronicles, there is no books written in Hebrew by an Israelite prophet. This means that there were 400 years of silence in the intertestamental period where God did not speak nor have prophets. Therefore, there were no Israelite prophets of God to write inspired materials. So pay close attention to what is written in the book of Maccabees. In 1 Maccabees chapter 4, verses 45 to 46, it reads, "So they tore down the altar and stored the stones in a convenient place on the temple hill until there should come a prophet to tell them what to do with them." In 1 Maccabees chapter 9, verses 27, it reads, "Thus there was a great distress in Israel, such as not been seen since the time that the prophets ceased to appear among them." Now, in 1 Maccabees chapter 14, verses 41, it reads, "And the Jews and their priests decided that Simon should be their leader and high priest forever until a trustworthy prophet should arise." Now, this poses a huge problem when we cross-reference the Bible. According to Jewish texts, Simeon the righteous is either Simon the first from around 300 BC, son of Onias the first, and grandson of Jaddua, or he is Simon the second, son of Onias the second. Now, in Nehemiah chapter 12, it lists the high priests and Levite families during the Second Temple period. And Jaddua was never listed as having a son named Onias the first or a grandson named Simon. Now, it's important that we understand that the book of Maccabees was written only in Greek and by an unknown Greek author. In 2 Maccabees chapter 15, verses 37 to 38, it reads, "So ends the episode of Nicanor, and as since then the city has remained in the possession of the Hebrews, I shall bring my own work to an end here too. If it is well composed and to the point, that is just what I wanted. If it is worthless and mediocre, that is all I can manage."
Mute it forever, fool.
So the question
that
might be
Onias
asking,
stuff, that's Judah Nazareth. I want to point that out to him. But yeah. He said he never had a son. Did you hear that, Apostle? Anybody else on the panel? Did y'all hear that? Because that's Judah Nazareth's main thing. Go ahead.
Start it, sis.
is if the Gentile non-Israelite nations converted to Judaism 2,000 plus years ago, how come the world today believes that they are the real children of Israel? Easy. The one thing they did early on to help start this deception was to adopt the customary practices and laws of the children of Israel. This included also writing their mother tongue, such as Greek, Arabic, Turkish, Slavic, Germanic, Latin, and Spanish using the Hebrew script. For example, the Pashtun Jews in Afghanistan have records from a later date in AD times that state that they are the lost tribes of Israel. But according to local Afghan traditions, the real children of Israel, called Bnei Yisrael, previously in ancient times traversed through modern Afghanistan before moving further east. Now, this is similar to the story of the Native American Indians' migration story east to North America via Asia and the Bering Strait. The surrounding people living near the territory of Afghanistan referred to the Pashtun people as Bnei Yisrael in remembrance of the real Israelite people that lived and passed through their land a long time ago. It is said that the Afghans, as well as other Japhetic nations in Europe and Central Asia, had a practice of taking the myths of others and adopting it for themselves, even though many of these other nations also claim to be descendants of Edomite invaders, Roman invaders, Greek invaders, or Turkish people. It was a widespread practice in the Gentile world to adopt the traditions and identity of the people they conquered or replaced. This was prominent in Sakistan, which is eastern Iran, South Afghanistan, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, and Turkmenistan before the spread of Islam. Now, it's a common belief in the Hebrew Israelite community that Esau is the whole entire white race on the planet Earth. This doesn't make any sense because a lot of times I ask them, well, where are the sons of Japhet? And a lot of people don't know. They say, well, there are people in Polynesia, Melanesia, Micronesia. But in all actuality, when you read the book of Yashar, chapter 90, it talks about the children of Edom becoming under the rule of the children of Kittim or Chittim and becoming one kingdom. Doesn't say that they became one people. It says kingdom. If you look at that, it's really telling you something that's important because the Edomites could not have impregnated every Roman or Greco-Roman woman in Europe and then birthed a whole race of people called Roman Edomites. And basically, all the
stop
Romans
right
today,
there.
or all the
You gotta stop right there.
Caucasians today are Edomites. Doesn't make any
You
sense.
gotta stop right there.
But if you look at the history of Zepho in chapter
Father,
64
you hear
in the
that?
book of Yashar, it talks about Hadad the Edomite and Zephos.
You hear what he said, Apostle? I mean, I don't agree with everything 100% he said. I agree with him on this point. He's not 100% right. Nobody's 100% right. But Apostle, if you listen, hey, can you back it up like 30 seconds when he said that one more time, Kareem? I maybe I misheard the man. But, I don't agree with everything he said, Apostle. But on this one, he agrees.
Forever food this planet. Could you back it up?
Oh, I forgot the sister was fine. Oh, okay, yeah. Forever Food, yeah. Don't worry about Forever Food. She new to the working with that. Go ahead, just push play, sister. Y'all in here, y'all can retract it.
Today, or all the Europeans or every Roman or Greco-Roman woman in Europe, and then birthed a whole race of people called Roman Edomites. And basically, all the Romans today, or all the Europeans or Caucasians today are Edomites. Doesn't make any sense.
Don't make
look
sense
at the
at
history of Zepho in chapter 64 in the book of Yashar, it talks about Hadad the Edomite and Zephos. If you look at Zepho, the time period that he lived in was around 1000 BC, 900 BC, during the time of King David and King Solomon. If we look at that period, around that same time, you had Hadad the Edomite. Hadad the Edomite had children with an Egyptian woman, and they had a son named Genubat. So now you see a mixture between the Edomites and the Egyptians in Northeast Africa. When you also look at Zepho, yes, Zepho was an Edomite, and he probably had some of his crew down there with him in Kittim or Rome. And yes, he probably would have had some children with some of the women there, birthing a race of half Shemitic, half Japhetic children. But when you also look at the Herodian family, they also made intermarriages and alliances with the Romans and the Greeks during the times of the first century. This can be proven by looking at John Hyrcanus and his conversion of the Edomites to Judaism or to the law of Moses. And also the scripture says that early on that Esau's children were with Canaanite women, which is one of the sons of Ham, and also with the daughter of Ishmael. So now we're talking about the Arabs. So when you look at Esau, the Bible says that Esau will be hidden among the heathen nations. And this is in the book of Obadiah. He'll be made small. So when you look at Esau, we have to pay attention to different people groups. One of the people groups that a lot of people don't pay attention to is Arabia and the Arabs and the Ishmaelites. And this is very important because there's different clans of Arabs in Saudi Arabia or Arabia. And you also have the sons of Jotan, the sons of Keturah, and you also have some Cushites that also went back and forth between the Red Sea from Abyssinia or Cush to Arabia or Felix Arabia or the Himyar region, which is in southern Arabia. So that's important to understand. I'm going to let the Chosen Seed break it down for you guys in regards to Esau and his intermingling with some of the Arab tribes or clans.
Shalom. We're here to show that the quote-unquote Edomites are not white people, as all the camps are teaching. We're here to show you that they are Arabs, a sect of Arabs, not all Arabs, but only a sect of Arabs. You know what I'm saying? So they use this passage in the book of Jasher, Jasher chapter 90 and verse 8. It says, and the children of Kittim ruled over Edom, and Edom became under the hand of the children of Kittim and became one kingdom from that day. It says one kingdom, not one people. So it's a difference between being a kingdom and one people. It's just like us here in America today. We are under the quote-unquote white man, but we are not one people. We are one country or one nation, but not one people. It's a big difference. So it will mean the same thing that we would be white people now because we're under their hand, but we're clearly not. So it's the same thing. So again, all through scripture, we can show that Edom was in Arabia amongst Arabs, never leaving his place. Only Zepho went to quote-unquote Rome to do what he did, not the rest of them. Him and him alone.
Like we was talking about as far as the Arabs and the different sect, like you got people that talk about the dark Arabs, the light Arabs, the white Arabs, the black Arabs, right? Well, Esau being a sect of Arab, it goes just like this. You got it's just like Asians, right? When you deal with Asians, the different sects are Chinese, Japanese, Korean, you know what I mean? And a list of others, Vietnamese, right? Regardless of their hue, you understand that they're all sects of Asian. Same thing with Arab. Arab just means mixed or mingled people. So when you're dealing with Arabs, there's different sects like Esau, Ishmael, Moab, Ammon. You know what I mean?
Jotan's children.
All different sects. Regardless of the hue, they're all different sects of Arab or mixed or mingled people.
Just coming out of the Zondervan's Pictorial Bible Dictionary, which is highly regarded amongst the Israelite community. It under the definition for the word dress, it says that our knowledge of the kind of clothing worn by the people of biblical times come from scriptural statements. And it further goes on to say that with the list of scriptures, it says that from these established certain simple styles, which were continued from generation to generation, then carried by Esau and Ishmael and their descendants into Arabia, where the Arab continued them through the centuries. So, you know, like I said, this bit of literature, which is highly regarded throughout the community, it even states that historically Esau and Ishmael were actually two different sects of Arabs.
So further to elaborate, every time you see a scripture that names Esau's location by name, it always shows that these places are in Saudi Arabia. So we're going to get one scripture. We're going to get Ezekiel chapter 25, verse 13. Matter of fact, pick it up at 12.
Ezekiel chapter 25 and verse 12. Thus saith Yahuwah Elohim, because that Edom hath dealt against the house of Judah by taking vengeance, and have greatly offended, and revenged himself upon them. Therefore, thus saith Yahuwah Elohim, I will also stretch out my hand upon Edom, and will cut off man and beast from it.
From where?
Cut off man and beast from it. And I will make it desolate from Teman.
From where?
From Teman.
To where?
And they of Dedan shall fall by the sword.
So he gave us two locations. He says Teman and this place called Dedan. If y'all do the research, you'll see that Teman and Dedan are both in the Middle East, quote unquote, right next to the Red Sea in Saudi Arabia. All scripture tell you directly where they are located at. You don't have to guess it and make stuff up. It shows us exactly where they are by name.
So with all this Gentile conversion to so-called Judaism happening 2,000 years ago, is there any proof of this written by ancient Greco-Roman historians? Yes, it is. Here you will see the proof. Now, Joseph Flavius, the Greco-Roman Gentile Jewish convert around the 1st century AD, wrote the following statement. That country is called Judea and the people Jews. And this name is given also to as many others as embrace their religion, though of other nations. But then upon what foundation so good a governor as Hyrcanus took upon himself to compel these Idumeans either to become Jews or to leave their country deserves great consideration. I suppose it was because they had long ago been driven out of the land of Edom by the Nebedians and had seized on and possessed the land of the tribe of Simeon and all the southern parts of the tribe of Judah, which was the peculiar inheritance of the worshipers of the true God without idolatry. Now consider this ancient historical fact. Humphrey Purdue was born in the 1600s, and he was an English churchman and Orientalist. And he was also the Dean of Norwich around 1700 AD. He wrote a book called The Old and New Testaments Connected in the History of the Jews and Neighboring Nations, the Declensions or falling away of the kingdoms of Israel and Judah to the time of Christ. Now he wrote, choosing rather to leave idolatry than their country, they all, meaning Edomites, became proselytes to the Jewish religion. And hereon being incorporated into the Jewish nation as well as into the Jewish church, they thenceforth became reported as one and the same people. And at the length, the name of Edomites or Idumeans being swallowed up in that time of the Jews, it became wholly lost and no more heard of. This abolition or end of their name happened about the end of the 1st century after Christ. For after that, we hear no more mention of the name of Edomites or Idumeans, it being by that time wholly absorbed in the name Jews. The rabbis indeed speak of Edom and Edomites long after that time, but thereby they do not mean Idumea or the sons of Edom, but Rome, and the early Christians of the Roman Empire. For fearing the displeasure of the Christians among whom they live, for avoiding it, whenever they speak any reproachful thing of Christians or their religion, they usually blend it under the fiend names, sometimes calling us Kuthians, i.e. Samaritans, and sometimes Epicureans, and sometimes Edomites. And the last is the civilist appellation they give us. And for proselytes to Judaism to take the names of Jews as well as their religion was not peculiar to the Edomites only, it being usual for all others who took their religion to take also their name, and thenceforth be reputed or thought of as of the same nation with them, as well as of the same religion. Thus it was in the time of Dion Cassius, the 2nd century Greco-Roman historian, and thus it have been ever since, even down to our age. Now, if that didn't explain how the Edomites infiltrated Christianity and modern Judaism, wait till you see how much the Gentile nations despise the original black Israelites of the Bible. Now, Seneca the Younger was a 1st century BC Roman philosopher and advisor to the Roman Emperor Nero. Now, Seneca quoted this on the black Hebrew Israelites and the lingering influence of their customs on the other nations. He quoted, "This custom of that despised race is so widespread that it has been adopted and practiced in all countries. The conquered have imposed their law on the conquerors." Now, the 1st century AD Greco-Roman Jewish convert historian Josephus Flavius quoted the following: "For a long time now, there has been a great zeal among the masses for our religion. There is scarcely a Greek or barbarian city or nation in which the customs of resting on the 7th day is not observed." Now, what that means is that during the time of Christ, meaning the black Christ and not the Roman image of Jesus we see today, that Christ knew what nations of people were controlling Judea and Jerusalem under the false title as Jews, congregating in synagogues, which the ancient Israelites didn't do because there were none. Esau's seed took on the task of learning the traditions and customs of the Israelites, and with the Greek converts to Judaism, they were the main groups in charge of crucifying Christ. Remember, Josephus Flavius didn't mention a great zeal for African Hamitic cities to adopt the religion of the Israelites, nor did the Apostle Paul mention any Hamitic nations in his letters to the Gentiles in Europe or Asia Minor, the true land of the Gentiles as described in Genesis 10. Maybe it's because many of the 12 tribes are already in Africa, including some of the 12 tribes that recreated an Israelite Northern Temple replica on Elephantine Island in Egypt, fashioned after the temple in Shiloh before the split of the 2 kingdoms of Israel. So, to understand the true origin of the Ashkenazi and the Sephardic Jews, you have to go back in time. When you look at the Sephardic Jews claim to be an older Jew than the Ashkenazi Jews. And a lot of people say that they are the real Jews compared to the Ashkenazi Jews. But the word Sephardic, or the term Sephardic Jew, did not exist back in the day, in the 600s, in the 400s, in the 300 AD. We know of the time that when Christ was amongst the Pharisees and the Sadducees, and we also know a time where the Maccabees, the Greek Gentiles that converted to Judaism, that they controlled Judea. We know about the Herodian family and King Herod and Herod the Great, how they were converted to Judaism by John Hyrcanus, the Maccabean Hasmonean family. So you have to understand that early on in the 1st century AD, when Christ walked the earth, that a lot of people that were living in the land of Judea, in South Israel, the south part of Israel, they were actually Jews of Edomite stock, of Greek stock, and Roman stock. And you had the Samaritans who were also not real Israelites. So when Christ said, "Do not go into the way of the Gentiles or the Samaritans, but go into the lost sheep of Israel," he knew the distinction between the lost sheep of Israel and who the Gentile Jews were in the land of Israel at the time and who the Samaritans were at the time. He knew their ethnic background. And of course, because Christ told the Pharisees that, yes, you are of Abraham's seed, but the thing that people didn't figure out and pick up on was that the Pharisees and Sadducees said that we have not been in bondage to no man. Because when Christ said, "The truth shall set you free," they didn't like that statement. They said, "Well, we have not been in bondage to any man." Now, it's important to know that the Edomites were descendants of Abraham, and they were descendants of Shem. They were the brother of Jacob through Esau. So, yes, they were the seed of Abraham, but their people did not go into bondage, were not enslaved and led into captivity by the Assyrians, the Babylonians, nor did they endure years of slavery under the Egyptians. So that was a key point in the scriptures to really self-identify who were these original Jews living in the 1st century. Even going back to the 2nd century BC with the Maccabean Gentile Greek Jews, you'll see that the Gentiles started to insert themselves into Israelite history way back, going back 2,000 to 2,300 years. So the Sephardic Jews are the first people that we have to tackle in understanding the true ethnic origin of the Jews. In my journey of finding out who are the real children of Israel, there was a plethora of information on the Ashkenazi Jewish connection to the Turkish nomadic Khazar tribes in Central Asia, who of course descended from Japheth and not Shem. There was also a plethora of proof, but not with a little bit of digging, on the Hebrew Israelite connection to the Bantus people in Africa. But there was not a lot of material talking about the origin of the Sephardic Jews. Now, this I found very strange. You cannot talk about the Sephardic Jews without talking about the Spanish and Portuguese Inquisitions around the 15th century AD. But not only that, it seemed as though Sephardic Jewish history also stated that they were present in North Africa, from Morocco to Egypt. But I wondered, could the Sephardic Jews have another hidden history that we do not know about? Well, over the past decade, many truths have come out about what was the true ethnicity of the Jews of Spain and Portugal. We know from ancient European medieval texts describing the expulsion of Jews in Iberia that hundreds of thousands of Jews were sent to the Portuguese territories of Cape Verde Island, Sao Tome Island, aka St. Thomas, Principe, and Equatorial Guinea. Others were sold into slavery to South America and the Caribbean, and some managed to escape and flee on boats to Africa. But there are many Jews who were killed because they refused to become new Christians by forceful conversion to Roman Catholic Church Christianity. But were these Jews white Sephardic Jews or black Jews that endured inhumane, harsh persecution at the hands of the Portuguese and Spanish? Well, now the hidden history of the true ethnicity of these Jews is finally coming to light. Just as Christ said in Matthew 10:26. For example, many grave sites have been excavated in Portugal, depicting people who were tied up by the arms, bashed in the head with rocks only to die a gruesome death. But again, the question remained, who were these people that were massacred in Spain and Portugal, and what did their skeletons reveal? In Valle de Gafaria in Portugal, archaeologists discovered over 150 skeletons of enslaved Negroes at the site of an old rubbish dump. Valle de Gafaria is a city located outside of the port city Lagos, which is on the southwest side of Portugal. Now, according to archaeologists, the dump site was used as a burial site during the 15th, 17th century when slavery was rampant in Portugal. That is the slavery of the black Jews in Portugal, because most of the black Moors were allowed to leave and go back into Morocco, North Africa. Now, confirmation of these skeletons' true ancestry was revealed using genetic testing of the bones for paternal Y DNA and maternal DNA haplogroups. Analyzing the maxilla and mandible of the jaws of these Iberian skeletons revealed their true Bantus Negro origin. The research was done by Maria Teresa Ferreira, Catarina Coelho, and Sophia Westerlin of the University of Coimbra, published in the International Journal of Osteoarchaeology. Now, the bigger question I wanted to know was, what did the genetic testing of the bones reveal in regards to Y DNA haplogroups and their Bantus African tribal origin? Well, when researching this in genetic articles, it was discovered that the bones of the excavated skeletons in Iberia during the 15th century, during the Spanish Inquisition, were from Bantus Negroes of the Mandingo Soninke tribe, the Yoruba tribe, and Congolese Kikongo tribes. What's even more mind-blowing is that many of the Portuguese Jews claim to be from the tribe of Judah, the same tribe the Bantus Congo people claim their heritage from, and the Mandingo Soninke people who have an oral history that states they were sojourners in Babylon who eventually made their way to Africa. Now, the ancient Babylonian language in Hebrew can still be found in many of the Bantus tribes from the Senegal River Valley region, where the Mandingo Soninke people are most prevalent. These tribes or groups of Bantus people in Africa also have a history of Portuguese involvement in the countries of their current residence, such as Senegal, Gambia, Guinea-Bissau, Cape Verde, Nigeria, Benin, Angola, Gabon, which includes the Luango Coast, and the Mani-Congo, aka the Congo.
Woe unto you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites, for ye compass sea and land to make one proselyte, And when he is made, ye make him twofold more the child of hell than yourselves.
So how does all this information prove that the Sephardic Jews are simply Gentile, Japhetic converts, and proselytes to Judaism? Well, the Sephardic Jews have on average 7 different paternal fathers, which show up as 7 main Y DNA haplogroups. Now, this means that the Sephardic Jews are people birthed from the nations of 7 different fathers. These 7 nations all had a history of converting to Judaism, which was popular in ancient times. But how did this happen? Was it through intermarriage with real, authentic Israelite women, or did it happen from invasions like the Greek invasion, the Roman invasion, the Arab and Turkish invasion of Jerusalem throughout the years? Well, to compare and contrast modern Jewish tradition, the real Israelites were a patrilineal society, and inheritance was passed down from father to son. Modern Jewish tradition states that you can only be a Jew if your mother is a Jew. Now, during the time that the Second Temple was built in Jerusalem by the Israelites under the Persian rule, and King Herod later finished it, any stranger or alien, called in Hebrew ger, was able to convert to become a Jew by circumcision, water immersion in a mikvah, and at one point in time also a burnt offering. This had to be witnessed in front of 3 witnesses. This is supported in Orthodox Judaism and halakhic law, and according to the 12th century AD Gentile Sephardic Jewish rabbi Maimonides. So today, the Sephardic and Ashkenazi Jews have paternal DNA haplogroups representing anywhere from 7 to 9 different paternal lineages from different parts of the Gentile world. And the maternal DNA genetic haplogroups from the maternal side are identical to any non-Jewish European woman tested today. This all points to a people from the lineage of Japheth that are Gentile Jews from mass conversion to Judaism. On the other hand, the Negro Bantu speaking groups in Africa all have the same E1B1A paternal Y DNA haplogroup, and from testing 1,300 autosomal genetic markers, the Bantu people all exhibit a considerable level of genetic similarity, indicating a common single ancestral forefather, such as Jacob. The Bantu's Negro people are therefore a true nation of people that follow the strict Israelite custom of a patrilineal society, which is also necessary for a proper Cohenite high priesthood. What's even more mind-blowing is that all the Portuguese territories to which the Black Jews in Portugal and Spain were expelled to, such as Cape Verde, Sao Tome, Principe, Ferdinando Po, or Bioko Island, and Angola, were found to have Bantu's Negro-specific Y-DNA, E1B1A haplogroups, and the Bantu-specific maternal DNA, L2 and L3. So the Sephardic Jews have fabricated lies that they are the Jews who were in Iberia during the Spanish and Portuguese Inquisition. Wouldn't ancient books from that time period state that their skin color as being described as white and not black? This is where the Hebrew historian B'nai Israel brings another element of proof to the hidden black Hebrews of Iberia.
Shalom, shalom is your brother B'nai Ben Israel. Have you ever wondered who are the Sephardic Jews? Who are the Jews of Spain and Portugal? If you ever tried to Google it and you're taking a look at some of the pictures that have come back, you may have gotten back pictures of Europeans or people that are not people of color. However, it's important for us to know who the Spanish and the Portuguese Jews are, truly, according to the old references, according to the real history, so to speak. And what I usually tell people that are in search of the truth, or that are in search of who we truly are, I usually start with the Spanish and the Portuguese Jews, because their history ties in directly to the transatlantic slave trade. So in order to first establish who the true Spanish and Portuguese Jews are, I usually show people the color of the Jews, or at least a physical description of the Jews. And I try to use books that are older than the 1800s, or 1800s and older. And using those books, we usually find direct quotes showing us that the Jews of Spain and Portugal were always black. They were always people of color. They were always people that looked as though they were people of African descent, but they were not African. And that's important for us to know. And once I usually go through, the references and show that the Jews were always a dark complexion, that they are all black. And literally we have over 50 references that speak about the description of the Spanish and the Portuguese Jews. So at this point, it's really an established fact, right? It's really an established fact of who the Spanish and the Portuguese Jews look like today. And once you arrive at the fact that the Spanish and the Portuguese Jews are black, then of course you have to wonder, all right, so then who are these people today that are claiming to be the Spanish and the Portuguese Jews? And that's another question in itself.
In the book, The Critical Review or Annals of Literature, in volume 57 by Scottish author Tobias Smollett in 1790 AD, it reads, Prince Henry's colonies were enlarged by his successors. King John II, in 1492, expelled all the Jews to the island of Sao Tome or St. Thomas, which had been discovered in 1471, and to other Portuguese settlements on the continent of Africa. And from these banished Jews, the Black Portuguese, as they are called, and the Jews in Loango, who are despised by the very Negroes they are descended from. These Negroes were purchased in Guinea, Congo, and Mani-Congo, and the colonists had plantations furnished with 100 to 3,000 Negro slaves. In the beginning of the 16th century, the Spaniards and Portuguese began to transport Negroes for similar labors to the West Indies and Brazil, by which the Negro trade was rapidly increased. The Spaniards, on their first settling in the West Indies, immediately treated the native Indians of that part of the globe, according to the Pope's instruction. They divide them by families or districts among themselves as slaves. The poor Indians were now forced to dive for pearls, to wash gold sand, and to work gold and silver mines for their new masters. They were often carried far from their native homes, and in short, they were miserably fed and used. That in a short time, these countries were entirely depopulated. In order to supply that loss, the Spaniards carried off other Indians who were not yet subdued by strategy or force, especially from the Lucayan Islands, which was the Spanish name for the Taino Indians, or Luku Kairi, which in the Taino language means people of the islands. In the book, Sources of History in the Pentateuch, 6 lectures delivered in Princeton Theological Seminary on the Stone Foundation, March 1882, by Reverend Samuel Colcord Bartlett, the 8th president of Dartmouth College, it reads, thus, the black color is found not only in individuals as the black Jews of Portugal, but in tribes as the Bikaris on the Red Sea, whose hair and character are perfectly Semitic. In the book, A New Voyage to Italy, with curious observations on several other countries by 17th century French writer and traveler Maximilien Misson, it reads, it is also a vulgar error that these Jews are all black, for this is only true of the Portuguese Jew, who marrying always among one another begat children like themselves, and consequently the swarthiness of their complexion is entailed upon their whole race, even in the northern regions. Now in the book, Africa being an accurate description of the regions of Egypt, Barbary, Libya, Badurgarid, the land of the Negroes, Guinea, Ethiopia, and the Abyssinians, with all the adjacent islands by 17th century Scottish cartographer John Ogilvy, when talking about his knowledge of the people in Africa, it reads, many Jews are also scattered over this region, some natives, boasting themselves as Abraham's seed, inhabiting both sides of the river Niger. Others are Asian strangers who fled thither either from the desolation of Jerusalem by Vespasian or from Judea wasted and depopulated by the Romans, Persians, Saracens, and Christians, or else such came out of Europe, whence they were banished. Now in the book, The History of the Destruction of the City and Temple of Jerusalem and of the Ruin and Dispersion of the Jewish Nation by Dr. Thomas Brown in the 19th century, it reads, the Spanish and Portuguese Jews claim their descent from the tribe of Judah. In consequence of this supposed superiority, they have not till lately married in any way, incorporated with their brethren of other nations. They had separate synagogues, and if a Portuguese Jew, even in England or Holland, married a German Jewish, he was immediately expelled from the synagogue.
Can you stop for 1 second?
As if this is not enough proof, ancient manuscripts written in French and Portuguese quoted,
you there?
East of Great Papo begins the Dahomey territory, guarded by the important time.
All right, there she go. Something he said was pretty important that I say all the time. Because guess what? JJ 7000 write his notes down. Now tell me, did he just not just say this? Many Jews also scattered over the region. Some nations boasted themselves of Abraham's seed, inhabiting both sides of the river Niger. Others are Asians, strangers who fled thither, either from the desolation of Jerusalem by Vespasian or from Judea, and depopulated by the Romans, Persians, Saracens, and Christians, or such as came out of Europe, which they were banished out of some parts of Italy in the year 1342. I got a little ahead of myself, you know, but hey, I told y'all, write your notes down, man. You hear me? Important information. Let's go, Queen. Please and thank you.
Forever food.
Go ahead and start it back up.
Of Glihu, known to the Europeans by the various names of Fida, Horida, Wida, Wida. The old writers called it Judah, and its inhabitants were said to be Jews. Now this is interesting because if the skeletons and mass graves found in Portugal revealed DNA evidence of the Yoruba tribe, and the Portuguese Jews said that they were from the tribe of Judah, well, the Yoruba language is part of the Eastern Kwa language family, whose people were once rulers of Dahomey, Benin, and whose people were often sold as slaves from the Portuguese Oyuda, Judah, Wida slave port in Benin, Africa. Today, the Kwa languages are spoken by more than 25 million people, with the largest Western Kwa speakers being from the Akan, Ashanti, and Fanti people, the Ewe people, the Baule people, the Fa people, the Gadagme people, and the Aja people. After all this information, we can close this topic down by showing a key contributing genetic factor into the genealogy of the Sephardic Jews. Now, it is a known fact that many Sephardic Jews today live in the Balkan region in Europe. Well, in the countries of Kosovo, Albania, Montenegro, Bulgaria, Macedonia, Greece, Cyprus, Sicily, Italy, and Serbia, the Sephardic Jews population show a high percentage of the paternal Edomitish Y DNA E1B1B in their gene pool. This means that after the destruction of the Second Temple of Jerusalem in 70 AD, the Edomite, Greco-Roman mixed Jews from conversion remain close to the real Black Israelites of North Africa and Iberia, waiting for the perfect time to emerge themselves as authentic Jews under the name Sephardic Jews. Ironically, in the same places the Black Jews were sold as slaves to the Portuguese, French, Spanish, and British, do we see evidence of Sephardic Jewish plantations and their synagogues.
Now, the Ottoman Turks is a very interesting group because initially all they wanted to take over was the northern part of Turkey. And eventually they did. They took over Constantinople. Now, Constantinople was the Western headquarters for the Roman Pope. And when they took over, things began to change. Because it was right around 1490 is when the Ottoman Empire really started getting a foothold in Europe. And they took over Constantinople. The next thing they did was they headed south and went into Iran, Iraq, and they took and seized the area where Israel is, and they seized Egypt and North Africa. And I believe that is the reason why the faces of all the people that used to be Black in Northern Africa started to change colors. They became white. They became light-skinned.
I remember talking to a Muslim Iraqi lady who said she was from Mosul, Iraq. So I asked her the question, where are your parents from?
They trying to bust up the sound, y'all.
Then I asked her, if you go further back, where are your grandparents' ancestors from? She admitted their ancestors' homeland started in Turkey.
Yeah, I heard that, or is that my fault?
The Oghuz or Guz Turks were Western Turkic people who spoke the Oghuz languages from the common branch of Turkish language family. In the 8th century, they formed a tribal confederation conventionally named the Oghuz Yavgu state in Central Asia. The name Oghuz is a common Turkish word for tribe. Roman sources call the Oghuz the Uzes, who according to ancient Central Asian Turkish documents were the son of Torquemada, the son of Gomer, the son of Japhet. The Oghuz or Oghuz Turks were also brothers to the Khazarian people. By the 10th century, Islamic sources were calling the Oghuz people Oghuz the Turkmens. By the 12th century, this term had passed into Byzantine usage and the Oghuz were overwhelmingly Muslim. The founders of the Ottoman Empire were descendants of the Oghuz people who lived near the Aral Sea. In the 11th century, the Oghuz Turks adopted the Arabic script. The majority of all the white Arabs we see today on TV are primarily descendants of the Japhetic Oghuz Turks from Central Asia, and their language belongs to the Oghuz group of the Turkish language families.
The origins of Ashkenazi Jews have been a mystery for quite some time. However, leading geneticists, pathologists, and anthropologists, their findings find that the notion that these people come from Levant, that come from the Middle East, it does not carry weight. We find that individuals like Arthur Koestler, individuals like Jack Bernstein, individuals like Benjamin Friedman, they all talked about how these people come from Khazarians. They are Khazarian people.
The Khazars, Bulgars, Tatars, Ugyur, and Uzes, aka the Oghuz people, were all Turkish peoples that will give rise to the white Ashkenazi Jews and the white Ottoman Turkish Arabs we commonly see today in the Middle East and the Levantine area, including North Africa. Originally, their ancestors started off as a people living in Central Asia, mixed with Mongol, Hunnic, and Turkish ancestry, kind of like Siberia and Russia or modern-day Kazakhstan. The pagan, Tengri worshipping Turks and the Khazars eventually left from the Central Asian homelands, conquering different tribes and lands all the way to Europe. In this process, they will convert to Judaism, Islam, or Christianity. Because of this migration to Europe, they will lose some of their Hunnic Mongoloid features once seen by their ancestors still living in Central Asia today. Now keep this in mind, if the Turks had not adopted Islam, there would be no Islam today and hardly any Arabic speakers today. If the Khazars didn't convert to Judaism, there would be little to no Talmudic Judaism practiced in the world today and hardly a modern Hebrew speaker today. Bottom line, the Central Asian pagan Turkish races got rebranded as Arabs and Jews. Because of numerous invasions in the Mediterranean, Levantine, Mesopotamian area, most Arabs and Jews also have the DNA of the Greeks, the Romans, Edomites, the French, the British, Mamelukes, and other Gentile Japhetic nations. Common sense will tell you that white races don't come from the hot, arid desert climates of Mesopotamia, Arabia, Egypt, or Israel. So do we have any genetic proof? We sure do. In the analysis of the genetic structure of the Kazakh population as estimated from mitochondrial DNA polymorphism in the Medical and Health Science Journal, Volume 6, 2011, page 2-6, it was found out that the main contribution of East Eurasian lines to the modern gene pool, the maternal DNA of the Kazakhs, make up haplogroups D, C, G, and Z, A, and also F, and other haplogroups of Asian origin. West Eurasian lines in the Kazakh gene pool are most frequently represented by the haplogroups H, K, J, T, U, and others. For the Central Asian Turkmen and Uzbek Arab community, it shows predominantly Western Japhetic Eurasian maternal DNA haplogroups H, HV, J, K, and T, which is seen in most, if not all, non-Jewish, non-Arab European women, Ashkenazi Jews, and Sephardic Jews. None of these groups mentioned, however, show any maternal DNA evidence such as L0 to L4 that prove they're mixing with Hamitic women in Africa, which is a common theme in the Bible with the real children of Israel. The EDAR gene 1540T/C, which is present in Central Asians and Chinese people hair, which causes their distinct mongoloid hair thickness, can still be found in Ashkenazi Jews today, which is proof that the Ashkenazi Jews' past homeland was Central Asia and not Israel. Now, there are three main blood types seen in the Ashkenazi Sephardic Jews. For the Ashkenazi Jews, number one blood type is blood type A, number two is blood type O, number three is blood type B. And for the Sephardic Jews, number one blood type is O, number two blood type is A, and number three blood type is B. Now here's some facts about different blood types across the world. Blood type B is seen mostly in Asia, but is absent in Native American Indians. The blood type O is seen in Africa, in the Americas, in South Asia, and is predominant in the Udo-Aztecan Indian territory, Mesoamerica, and South America. It shows the African base coming from Ham and Shem, and less Japheth. And it's also a known fact there's no Rh negative seen in American Indians. Now, blood type A is seen predominantly in Europe and is absent in Central and South America. Now, it's important to know the maternal DNA H, HV, J, K, X, and T is seen widespread in European women and is also seen in Central Asian Turkish people, such as the Ashkenazi Jews, the Sephardic Jews, the Uzbekistan people, Turkmenistan people, and the white Arabs we see today. The predominant paternal Y-DNA haplogroup of the European Jews and Arabs, R1A, can still be seen primarily in the Turkic-speaking Russian, Siberian, Mongol, Altai people, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, and Uzbekistan people. Now, the white Jews and white Arabs also lack strong widespread evidence of sickle cell anemia, thalassemia, vitiligo, albinism, and G6PD deficiency, which is seen in the Baptist people, who have a history of living amongst the ancient Egyptians, the ancient Canaanites, and the ancient Cusites that is written in the Old Testament history of the Israelites in the Bible. So in Michigan, there's a large Jewish and Arab population. And a lot of times you go into the stores because the Arabs, they own a lot of the businesses, such as the dollar stores, the liquor stores, the gas stations, the marts, a lot of different businesses, even the cell phone stores. When you go into there, black people, they'll typically say, "Hey, what's up, brother?" Or "Hey, chief," or "boss." And a lot of times I just chuckle and laugh. But a lot of times, they keep saying, "Brother, brother, brother, be well." And I said, "Are you really my brother?" And he says, "Oh, yes. What do you mean? We're all sons of Abraham." So I kind of laughed. I said, "You know what?" I said, "You're Muslim, right?" He says, "Yes." I said, "Do you follow the Old Testament, the Torah, the law of Moses?" He says, "Oh, yes, we know about that." And I said, "Well, let me ask you a question." I said, Abraham had a wife or maidservant. Her name was Hagar, and she was Egyptian." And he says, "Yes." I said, "What color were the original Egyptians back in the ancient times? The ones that built the pyramids, the ones that had the hieroglyphs from the pyramids and could read and write the original Egyptian language, not Arabic like the Arabs speak today, but the original Egyptian." And he said, "There's black." And I said, "Okay." I said, "Ishmael's wife, according to the Bible, she was also taken out of Egypt, so she was Egyptian. So that makes her black as well." And he says, "Okay." So that means that one, his mother was Egyptian and his wife was Egyptian. And he had children. He had the princes of Ishmael. Now, if you look at that, I said, you have a mixture of Semitic through Abraham and Hamitic through Hagar the Egyptian. Now, I asked him, I said, "Egypt is in the land of Africa." He says, "Yes." I said, "What color are indigenous Africans?" He says, "They're black." And I said, "Exactly." And I said, "So where are the black Arabs? Where are the black Arabs that are descendants of Ishmael?" And then he said, "What do you mean? We are the descendants of Ishmael." I said, No. I said, "You guys always say they were all the sons of Abraham. We cannot all be the sons of Abraham because Abraham did not have a multitude of different skin colors of children. Originally, according to the Bible, I told him that they mixed with the sons of Ham." And so he said, "Well, I don't understand, da 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 da." And I said, "You know what? There's pictures of the black Arabs that you can see in Arabia, in Jordan, in the Negev, in the Sinai Peninsula. A lot of times you guys call them the Bedouins. And I said, why do you call them Bedouins when they're really black Arabs and they follow Islam just like you do? And a lot of times they don't want to acknowledge this. And this is the thing that we need to understand, is that a lot of times the history that we see on TV is not the correct history. So in regards to the true Arab, now you have the sons of Ishmael and you also have the sons of Keturah, because Abraham also had children with Keturah. And according to the lost books such as Jubilee and Yasher, these people were called the Arabs and they mingle with each other. This is in scripture. So what people don't understand, that they don't teach you in history, is that the white, fair-skinned Arabs we see today, they are descendants from people from Central Asia. Now, when I talk about Central Asia, I talk about Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, Azerbaijan. So all these different stands. Stands mean land. And if you notice the word Turkmenistan, Turkmenistan is in Central Asia. A lot of Arabs, if you ask them far back in their family tree, where do your grandparents, your great-grandparents come from? They will, a lot of them will say Turkmenistan, because the true ethnic origin of the Arabs goes back to the Turks. The Turks that had a different language before Arabic, they had a different religion, they were pagans before they adopted Islam. And over time, just like the Khazars, they encroached the Western Asia, Eastern Europe, Asia Minor, or they would, some people would say Eurasia, and they adopted to or converted to the religion of their choice. The Khazars being Judaism and the Ottoman Turks being Islam. And so today, when you look at North Africa, when you look at Arabia, when you look at Mecca, Medina, when you look at the Saudi family, when you look at Jordan, when you look at Iraq, Palestine, Lebanon, what you'll see is the majority fair-skinned Arabs. Now, when you look at some of the people in these pictures, sometimes you'll see, if you go back to the 1800s, that you see the people start to darken up. Even when you look at the Bedouins, they don't show you the true Negroid black Bedouins unless you really, really search hard for them. But they're there, and they have the most purest DNA from the Arabs of the Arabian Peninsula. And these are the people that initially was there when Islam was founded in 600 AD with Muhammad, and eventually they started a conquest over North Africa and Egypt and Sudan. The reason why we know this is because if you look at Sudan, in northern Sudan, you'll see a ton of black Arabs. In the capital, Khartoum, Sudan, you're not going to see white-skinned Turkish Arabs. You're going to see black Arabs. And this is a telltale sign that the original Arabs, because you have different dynasties that existed before the Ottoman Turkish dynasty, such as the Umayyad, the Fatimid dynasty, all these different dynasties existed before the Ottoman Turks. But the Ottoman Turks came around the scene around 1000, 1100, really the first sultan of the Ottoman Empire. They pinned him as being the first sultan around 1300 AD under Osman I. And so when you look at a picture of Osman I, you'll see the white Turks and how they came over to the Middle East, Mesopotamia, North Africa, and they basically took over Islam. So today, when you think about Muslims, you think about Arabs, you think about the white, fair-skinned Arabs, you don't think about the black-skinned, original Ishmaelites, descendants of Abraham and Hagar the Egyptian.
So when I was in the military, we would, routinely deploy to the Middle East. One time in particular, we got deployed to in Saudi Arabia. And instead of staying on base, we stayed in a city in Saudi Arabia, over near the Khobar Towers. But anyway, when we lived down there amongst them, one of the things I noticed is the lower level Saudis were people who looked like you and I. They would have jobs. Matter of fact, one time when I was coming on base, there was a security, a guy doing base security for the Saudi base, for the Royal Air Force there. And he was like, "Brother, what up, brother?" Playing around. Everybody in the truck, of course, was laughing. But he like saying what's up to me. We played around, we were like, "What's up?" And I didn't really think anything of it. And then I also noticed the royal family and people related to the royal family who would hold the higher positions in the Saudi kingdom, in that country, were they would have white skin and the black hair. The people that you usually attribute to being Saudis that you see in the media. Another interesting thing I later found out is that the Saudi government does not allow you to film these people. You can only film the Saudis that, you know, have the white skin, the black hair. You can't, their media is not allowed to film the Saudis that look like you and I. And I want to say they don't allow anybody to film the Saudis that look like you and I. One of the interesting things I noticed after my experience over there in Saudi Arabia, and after I came into this truth, was in our communities, the Arabs that own the grocery stores, the liquor stores, the cell phone stores, you know, even the car dealerships, it always is the Arabs with the white skin and the black hair. It never was. You never see the Arabs that look like you and I. So it's just an interesting thing that I noticed, and you know, coming into this truth, you know, it's eye opening. You begin to see stuff that is hidden in plain sight.
Over 100 million people in the world call themselves Arabs, and there are almost 14 million people who identify themselves as Jews in the world. But what is a Jew and what is an Arab? Did Abraham or Jacob have a son named Jew or Arab? Is an Israelite, aka the blood descendant of the 12 tribes of Israel, the same as a Jew? So here's the question. Is an Ishmaelite, aka the descendants of Abraham's son Ishmael, the same thing as a modern Arab today? These are questions that many are afraid to ask, partly because many are afraid to declare that the people in the Middle East and Israel are not the original people of the land. But don't worry, everything hidden will be revealed.
It is often said that perception unchallenged becomes reality. We know that Hollywood lies, people lie, but historical literature and the walls do not lie. As we talked about the ancient Arabs, typically interdisciplinary studies as well as scholars have placed Arabs into two categories. One is those who are extinct and those who live amongst us today. The ones who are extinct is called Al-Arab Al-Bida. These are the ones who are extinct. These are the ones who are said to live about 5,000 years ago. We even find that an example of that in the Quran, in the Hadith, as well as the Sunnah, Ad and Thamud. In fact, Thamud and the people of this ancient Arabian Peninsula, we know that 5,000 years ago, they left some records. And so in the Quran, it mentions about the Thamud people. And so these are people who are ancient in civilization. Then we find that there is a second group. And this group is called Al-Arib Al-Baqiya. And these are people who live amongst us today. They are typically divided into two categories as well. It is Qatan, and Qatan are said to be the people to descend from Shem, directly from Shem. Now with Qatan, we get the term Al-Arab Al-Ariba. And these are said to be the original Arabs. These are melanated people. These are dark people. In fact, we look at the southern description of Arabia, and that was developed in 1821. And it says that the complexion of these people are black like the Abyssinians, or like the Bantus people, or those of Ethiopia. So they are dark in complexion. Then we have those who intermarry, where we find a lot of the Arabs today through intermarriage. And these people are what we call Al-Arab Al-Mustariba. And this Mustariba has to do with intermarriage. Then the last group is what Atnan. And this Atnan is very unique because these people are said to have come into a little bit later. They have come after they have settled in the area and they learn Arabic over time. In fact, these would not be your melanated Arabs. These are not your original Arabs. These is what we call Al-Arab, Al-Musta-Ariba. So these were not the original Arabs of melanated people. These are more of your lighter complected people who have come from Europe, and those individuals who come from all over, who intermarried, and also who've learned Arabic over the time. And so we find even the popular Arabian scholar Al-Jahiz talked about that, particularly in the 14th century. He kind of talked about the colonialists and how colonialists came into the area. And when they came into this area, what they found out that the Arabs took pride in their black complexion. And so we find that the original Arabs were dark complected. These are melanated people.
To uncover the answers to what is an Arab, one of the places we need to go to is the Book of Jubilees, which is sometimes called the Lesser Genesis. This ancient Hebrew book, which consists of 50 chapters, is canon in the Ethiopian Orthodox Tewahedo Church and the Ethiopian Jews. 15 Jubilee scrolls were found in the Qumran Dead Sea Scroll caves, all written in ancient Hebrew, dating back 2,400 years ago. Before this finding in 1947 AD, the only surviving Jubilee manuscripts were 4 complete texts written in Ge'ez, the language of the Ethiopian Jews, and the Ethiopian Orthodox Tewahedo Church. In the Book of Jubilees, chapter 20, verses 11 through 13, it reads, "And he gave to Ishmael and to his sons, and to the sons of Keturah gifts, and sent them away from Isaac his son, and he gave everything to Isaac his son. And Ishmael and his sons, and the sons of Keturah and their sons, went together and dwelt from Paran to the entering in of Babylon, in all the land which is towards the east facing the desert. And these mingled with each other, and their name was called Arabs and Ishmaelites." Now, according to the Bible, Ishmael's mother was a black Egyptian woman named Hagar, and Ishmael's wife was also a black Egyptian from Africa. Today, real Egyptian ancestry can be seen in the Beja people, the Afar people, and the Somalian people in Africa. But today, our TV stations mostly report videos of white-skinned Arabs, and you do the math and see if this makes sense.
One is called Second Shalom. 2 is called Tel Sheva. That's close to Beersheba. 1 is Lakia. Further back, and the other one is Korah. All these are Bedouin settlements.
מה שאנחנו רואים מאפיין היישוב הבדואי, אתם רואים הרבה צריך של מסגד. אתם רואים את המסגד כאן?
מסגד כאילו מה...
מוסקה.
Okay, so you have a lot of mosques in this particular type of Bedouin settlement. Okay.
רואים את צריך שלו גבוה.
And you see the tall mosque, right? You see the tall. They have them in each one of the Bedouin settlements. Okay. It's called a modern Bedouin settlement.
בצד השני שאנחנו רואים,
The opposite side,
בדואים על מסורת של אברהם אבינו.
the other opposite side is Bedouin that their roots is from Abraham, our forefather. Okay, so Abraham, our forefather, so they kept the exact type of culture that was carried out.
כמה שאתם מסתכלים אחוזים של בדואים, משפחות שאנחנו עדיין בהכנסה של אורחים, מקבלים אורחים, זה אין סוף.
He said, the indigenous people, we understand our culture, and so what we do is, he said, there's no end to what you actually see. It just continues to go and go. Okay, what you actually see. Oh. He said, this is our wealth and our freedom. Understanding that we're in receiving guests. We receive our people with open arms because we understand that that's our wealth and our strength is a family. And in this particular type of settlement, we are connected with the earth.
משפחות אני לפני 400 שנה הגעתי לכאן עם המשפחה שלי.
He said his family been here for more than 400 years. For 400 years, his family came to this particular
עברנו הרבה מלחמות גם בתקופה של...
And we've overcome lots of wars. Lots of wars.
ואנחנו נשארים באדמה הזאת.
And we remain on this land.
זה החיים שלנו.
This is our life.
ועוד מעט אתם פשוט באדמה שלנו, אתם פשוט אמא שלי שהיא בת 80 פלוס, והיא חיה באדמה הזאת.
You will get a chance to meet his mother, which is over 80, and she lives this land. You know this land.
יש לי אח שהוא לא מתו אמא, שהוא בן 100.
He has a brother that's not from the same mother, but he's over 100. He's still here, dwelling on the same land. He said they want to give us the modern culture, but it disconnects us from our natural roots. It disconnects us from our souls. It disconnects. He said it's like taking a bird that's used to being able to fly out in the open and putting it in the cage. It also disconnects us from our original roots, Abraham, our culture, and we refuse to disconnect from our originality.
היום ביהודים יש אחד גר בקריית שמונה, אחד גר באילת, אין להם קרבה כמו שאנחנו.
He said that today with the Jews, one will live in Kiryat Shmona, which is one side of the country, and then one will live in Eilat, which is another side of the country. But when it comes to connecting, they have absolutely no connection whatsoever.
וזה מקלקל את היחסים של המשפחה, למשל,
He said it destroys the connection, the family connection. And so in the destruction of the family connection, he says when you're coming and you're meeting me, it's like a stranger. But he said, but when we come as people, and we speak, and we communicate, there's a spiritual connection. And so no matter how far you are or where you are in the world, when you come back, that spirituality is what connects us as people.
גם פה שרואים קונפליקט בינינו לבין המדינה, על מה, על כבר מוכר או לא מוכר.
He says the conflict is that with the Israeli Jews, he says the conflict is always whether this community is recognized or it's unrecognized. So they want to use that as right. He said the these that you see are
unrecognized village. You have to be
in a recognized village.
This is urban. Yeah, this building.
He's talking about all these different settlements we showed you on one side. This is why he brought you to the hill, because he wanted you to see the difference. He wanted you to be able to differentiate between the two.
Called the unrecognized village, but we told them it's not the meaning unrecognized village. They say unrecognized people because we live in here for 1,000 years.
So you can't call the village unrecognized. You could only tell us the people was unrecognized because we've been here for thousands of years. So this is the conflict.
Before we established Israel.
Before Israel was even established in 1948, we were here.
But you know the point, they want to put us in this.
He said
the settlement.
The point is
they want to spawn our land. So everybody will live here in this land. But in the Bedouin philosophy before, they don't try.
They didn't. It wasn't written or documented whose land is whose. The thing is now, he said, and so they prefer. If it was up to them, they would have take them all and put them in what you would call a recognized.
We like a people, We know each land here. We know this land belongs to this land. This land belongs to the. Even there is a Israelite, they have a land with us because this is for the Hawaii, but we don't know as we go. We know the border.
Yeah.
David. We know this. We're still keeping the right. It's not humanitarian. We know all the land here. We know. Which part? And even here, you know, the other side, there is a road over there. But most of the people, they have a land on that side. But because, you know, the Israeli military, they say, no, you come to this side.
So they moved them from one side to the other, but still, you know.
Because we don't have enough, they don't have enough place for, you know, the military.
So they say we needed more space for military, so we moved them from this point to that point, but the land still belongs to, you know, to us.
Like me, you know, maybe Mahmoud too, we have a documentary for our land. They accept the visa, you know. All the time they told me, you know, share some green.
Yeah.
So Abraham said, no way.
אנחנו לא נגד המדינה, אנחנו המדינה, כמו שאמר השייח עייד, שאני גם שירתי בצבא, הייתי קצין, הייתי צנחן.
He said it's not against the country. He don't want you to, you know, think it's against the country. He said because he served in the country as a military, you know, and whatnot. He said, but the thing is not disconnecting from our roots. That doesn't allow us to be the free people that we are. So because of that, it forces us to be who we are. And so we have to do what we do the way we do it. You understand what I mean?
Mm-hmm. You can take a look over there. There is an electric zone, electricity zone.
Okay.
Okay.
Out. לא נותנים לאף אחד מהחשמל.
You see the people here?
None of them have. You have an electrical plant there, and nobody in this area gets electricity.
And ask all the people here, no, you just get inside this.
It's like a force.
So that, yeah,
a force move without
exactly.
Yeah, force move without.
It's the control.
The control. Don't give you something, then you sooner or later you're gonna move what we want you to move.
Exactly.
You can only have this place.
Yeah.
From behind this there is a chemical factory. Bro. Most of the people in this region, in this side, they have the high cancer involved this chemical. And the people they still will. We say put anything, but we will stay.
In the book of Genesis, chapter 24, Abraham, Sarah, and Isaac were living in the south part of the land of Canaan, which today is known as Negev, which in Hebrew means the south or south country. When Abraham's wife Sarah dies in this region, he gets another wife or concubine named Keturah. We know that Keturah was the mother of the Midianite clan by Genesis chapter 25, verse 1. But was Keturah a black Canaanite or was she a black Cushite woman? Another question we must ask is, if the Cushite kingdom had a long history of mixing with the Ishmaelite children of Abraham and the Keturaites, this would mean that the true Shemitic descendants of Abraham could not have been white-skinned people. Remember, it was the Midianites and the Ishmaelites who acquired Joseph from his Israelite brothers and sold him to the Egyptians.
Chapter 25. Then again Abraham took a wife, and her name was Keturah. And she bare him Zimran, and Jokshan, and Medan, and Midian, and Ishbak, and Shua. Now the priest of Midian had 7 daughters, and they came and drew water and filled the troughs to water their father's flock. And the shepherds came and drove them away, but Moses stood up and helped them, and watered their flock. And when they came to Reuel their father, he said, How is it that ye are come so soon today? And they said, An Egyptian delivered us out of the hand of the shepherds, and also drew water enough for us, and watered the flock. And he said unto his daughters, And where is he? Why is it that ye have left the man? Call him, that he may eat bread. And Moses was content to dwell with the man, and he gave Moses Zipporah his daughter.
So we have 5 possible scenarios regarding Keturah, which hints to the possible true ethnicity and skin color of the original Arabs. Number 1, Keturah was a Nubian Cushitess or Canaanitess from Ham's lineage like Hagar the Egyptian. Number 2, Keturah was a Shemitic woman like Abraham's wife Sarah. Number 3, Zipporah either dwelt or lived among the Median people who were from the family tree of Abraham and Keturah. Number 4, Zipporah has some ancestry either paternally or maternally from Keturah's Arab bloodline. Number 5, Zipporah was either a full-blooded Nubian Cushite or a half Cushite, half Keturahite. Now, scenario 5 has strong supporting biblical evidence proving that the original Arabs were Afro-Asiatic, meaning a people mixed with the DNA of Ham in Africa and the DNA of Shem in the so-called Middle East.
Chapter 12. And Miriam and Aaron spake against Moses because of the Ethiopian woman whom he had married, for he had married an Ethiopian woman.
So how can we verify that the original Ishmaelites and Arabs were black using Bible history and ancient historical documents? Because most rabbis will claim that Zipporah was Jewish. But why would they believe this? Because by acknowledging that Moses was black and Zipporah was possibly a black Nubian Cushite woman, this would mean that there should be an acknowledged black Levitical priesthood in Israel today, but there is none. In the 4th century AD, there lived a man named Eusebius Pamphili. He was a Greek Bible scholar and playwright. He became the bishop of Caesarea Maritima in North Israel around 314 AD. In his literary work, Ezekiel, the Chaldeans, in Exegol 60 to 65, fragments reproduced in Eusebius, he describes Zipporah as a stranger in Midian and proceeds to describe the inhabitants of her ancestral lands in North Africa. He quotes, "Stranger, this land is called Libya. It is inhabited by tribes of various peoples, Ethiopians, dark men. One man is the ruler of the land. He is both king and general. He rules the state, judges the people, and is priest. This man is my father and theirs." During the 5th century AD, Syrian writers described the Himyarites of South Arabia as Cushians and Ethiopians. In a literary work from prehistoric nations or inquiries concerning some of the great peoples and civilizations of antiquity by 19th century Orientalist John D. Baldwin, he quotes, "To the Cushite race belongs the oldest and purest Arabian blood, and also that great and very ancient civilization whose ruins almost in every district of the country. The South Arabs represent a residue of Hamitic populations which at one time occupied the whole of Arabia." Now, in the account of Ma Huang and the Admiral under Emperor Zheng He, they describe the people of a 300-mile area in the northern Hijaz stretching between Mecca, stretching past Jeddah to Jizan. In it, he reads, "The people of this country are swarthy and fine-looking, and their limbs and faces are of a very dark purple color." A poet named Ibn el-Rumi from 896 AD was part Iranian and part Byzantine, yet an advocate of the Arabs who were at the same time being ill-treated and mocked for their blackness, among other things. He came to their defense with a letter to the Abbasid Arabs at the time, quoting, "You insulted the family of the Prophet because of their blackness, while there are still deep black, pure-blooded Arabs. However, you are white. The Romans have embellished your faces with their color." Based on this information, if the original children of Keturah, aka the Arabs, and Ishmael lived amongst or in close proximity to the sons of Cush, including the sons of Mitzrayim, it would be safe to say that there will be mixing of these two bloodlines, one being Ham and one being Shem. But what does this tell us? It proves that the original sons of Abraham who mixed with the children of Ham in Africa were not white Jews or white Arabs, but black Jews and black Arabs. In the Bible, in Isaiah 46, verse 10, Yah states that he declares the end from the beginning and from ancient times the things that are not yet done. Right now, we are living in a time where we are witnessing Bible prophecy unfolding right before our eyes with the awakening of the scattered and exiled true descendants of Israel to their identity. Now, how does this fit Bible prophecy? In Isaiah chapter 11, verse 11 through 12, it says that in the future there will be a time when Yah will recover, redeem, vindicate, and liberate his scattered lost sheep of Israel. Redeem means to save, and vindicate means to release someone or people from a state or situation that limits freedom of thought or behavior. Now, Yah promised this to the Israelites that were scattered or exiled into Assyria, those who were scattered into Africa by way of Egypt, those who were scattered into the ancient territory of Cush by way of Egypt or by Arabia, those who were scattered into Elam, those who were scattered into Babylon or Medes Persia, and those scattered to the many islands of the uncharted seas. Well, right now, in the 21st century, we are seeing melanated ethnicities from places like Fiji, Samoa, New Zealand, Australia, Vanuatu, the Solomon Islands, Papua New Guinea, Indonesia, India, the Caribbean, Europe, the Americas, Saudi Arabia, Yemen, Iraq, Iran, Sudan, Egypt, Ethiopia, Madagascar, and Africa, who are coming out and saying that all histories of their ancestral forefathers trace back to the children of Israel. And this time, Yah is setting up an ensign for the Gentile nations who are also finding out the truth as to who are the real children of Israel. And with this knowledge, they are leaving Roman Catholicism and are embracing the Torah and the message of salvation through Yahusha HaMashiach, whom the world today calls Jesus Christ. So as the time of the Gentiles draws nigh, the remnant root natural branch of Israel are being grafted back to the original tree that they broke off from. But we must not be blind to the fact that just as Noah was warned of the coming of Yah's great wrath on the world, and how Lot and his family were warned about the coming of Yah's great wrath on the city of Sodom and Gomorrah, the Son of God has warned us in the scripture of another future time when Yah's great wrath will come on the unrighteous people of the earth. Now Christ gave the parable of the 10 virgins and the bridegroom, which explains how 5 virgins were wise and how 5 virgins were foolish. Those virgins who were foolish took their lamps, but took no oil with them to produce light. So when the bridegroom waited until it was pitch black at midnight to call for his brides, the 5 foolish virgins did not have any oil to light a fire to help guide them in the dark to find the bridegroom. So the 5 foolish virgins went to go buy some oil so that they wouldn't miss out on being with the bridegroom. But when these 5 foolish virgins went to go buy oil, the bridegroom had already came for his virgin brides that were ready to be married. When the foolish 5 virgins finally arrived to the door, which was once open, they were saddened to see that the door was shut. In the Bible, it says that no one knows the day or the hour that the Son of Man cometh. But the Bible gives us warning signs to look for, such as an increase in sin, calamity, sexual immorality, wars, weather phenomenon, and a time when Gog, Magog, and the Confederate would again seek to destroy the Israelites on the planet Earth. So with that being said, it is important to know who are the real children of Israel, who are the Edomites, who are Gog and Magog, and who are the Confederate nations today that are described in the Bible. This knowledge will help us understand and realize how close we are to the return of the Messiah, Yahusha HaMashiach. So in closing, take heed to how fast the foundation of the Antichrist beast system is forming today during this Hebrew Israelite awakening, with the emergence of talks worldwide about universal basic income, a digital ID for all global citizens on the planet Earth, a cashless society, biometric identification, digital money, the blockchain, implantable RFID chips, quantum computers, quantum teleportation and time travel, 5G internet, artificial intelligence with singularity, human, animal, and plant cloning, separating matter from antimatter, global surveillance, a social credit scoring system, the building of the third temple in Jerusalem, a one world ecumenical interfaith religion, and a one world government or new world order. Satan knows that his time is running out, but this is all part of Yah's great master plan. Now, as keepers of the commandments of Yah and believers in the testimony of Christ, we must make sure we prepare ourselves, including our children, physically and spiritually for what is prophesied to come. In these last days, let us as a nation not be the same Israelite nation of old that was devoid of counsel and wisdom. That Israelite nation that was stiff-necked and destroyed for a lack of knowledge. Let us now wake up as a people and as a holy nation so that we can also warn others who are asleep and need to come out of their slumber. We all need to treat the prophetic words of the Bible more seriously and should desire eternal life in the kingdom instead of eternal damnation or wrath. He that endureth until the end shall be saved. Time is of the essence. Shalom. Wait a minute. Is this the end of the Hebrews and Negroes movie series? Of course not. I'm just getting started.
Wow.
Yeah, so I want to say shalom from Detroit. Shout out to all the Akeem and the brothers and the sisters across the city of Detroit. We the Chosen Seed Assembly right here in the heart of the city. I let my Akeem introduce themselves. I'm Brandon.
I'm Mellow Trav, also known as Snipes. Nelly Nail David Israel. Oxycall. IG. Shire. But there's a little bit of Israel. Emmanuel. That's true. Can't show his face because, you know what I'm saying, just in case he need to secure some things, I want you to know who he is. So if you don't want your elder on in the video doing all of this, come holler at the Chosen Seed 313. That's how we get down. Let's get it.
Shalom.
Shalom.
Which we call Israel today. They do not come from that particular area. So we know that according to, all right, Ron, I can't do this, man. I gotta talk normal.
Remy, you there?
Yes, forever food, you mean?
I think that's the end. You hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I think that's the end. Anybody on the panel want to say something, go ahead.
Yeah, it's over. That's it. It's over.
Thanks, Forever Food. Great.
Anybody want to jump on the panel? The link is in the chat.
Who's still on here? I can't see. Pastor, you there? Oh, okay, JT. I'm here. All right, everybody, come on. I mean, pretty much the video spoke for itself. I don't have too much. It was a great video, good information. Hope y'all take heed to it. He gave a distinction between Japheth and Shemites. So when they come to you and say that you've been anti-Shemite, just hey, you can pull this video up and go to the time spot and play it for them. with that being said, Alec, thank y'all for watching. Hit that like, share, subscribe. We appreciate y'all. Shalom. Peace. Oh, there go Terry. Yeah, you want to say something before we go?
Yeah, give people a few seconds.
Start off?
Yeah, give people a few seconds if they want to come on.
Okay.
Yeah. Hey, I thank y'all for showing that video. I was on earlier. My battery had died, so I was watching it from the audience. But yeah. Hey, I'm glad to see that a lot of those brothers in that movie. I knew a lot of those guys. Almost all of them guys from Detroit. I knew them. And I remember when those guys first came on the scene. You know what I'm saying? The Chosen Seed, Ron Dalton. You know. Hell, I knew Ron Dalton from Christianity. You know, he used to go to Solomon Temple. I used to play the drums over there. And you just look and see 10, 20 years later, the growth, you know, that these young brothers have made. You know, I remember a lot of those guys when they were coming up, and a lot of those guys have grown tremendously, you know, because I was amazed that when I was watching some of those guys teach, you know, especially from the Chosen Seed, how their doctrine, you know, has changed over the years, which shows that they have been growing. So, I mean, you know, it's just, I'm just glad to have seen, you know, the Israelite movement grow from the time that when I first came in. You know, so that being that, I'm gonna land my plane. I'm glad that you all showed that, continue to keep showing this good information, and we'll keep enlightening the world. I'm out of here.
All right, brother. Thank you. Peace and blessings. Kareem, you have anything to say?
Nope. We're going to continue to spread this information and share it. And if y'all got some information y'all want us to put out there, leave it in the comment section and we'll bring it out.
All right. Thank y'all for watching. Peace and blessings. Shalom.